โ What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Hello and welcome back to day number 4 here at the AOC Masters Tournament of 2021 for PUBG. My name's John P. I'm joined once again by the one and only Imperium, and we've seen some great weeks worth of action thus far, and we're only halfway through. We're kicking it off into the second half of the competition today. We're going to be playing matches 13 through to 16. I got that right in the end. Listen, all of these numbers are getting me crazy, honestly, trust me. But yeah, these players, of course, competing for 43,000 US dollars total prize pool. Lots of different features from all across your favorite regions. But first off, Imperium, what a first half of the week's games we've seen so far. No. Yeah, I think it's going to be just as exciting purely for the fact that there are a few teams that are outside our top sort of 5, top 6 area that well, probably some people would have put bankers on them, you know, finishing inside the top 3. So a lot of teams have still got to step up to the plate and try and grab themselves a few chicken dinners to leapfrog their way up the leaderboards. But I think the story of yesterday was one team I want to highlight who are top of the leaderboards at the moment, the top of the live standings of Team BLISS. They probably had one of their most consistent days yesterday in terms of the way they played and the way they finished. It looked fantastically well for them. I know Monty, for example, was one of their MVPs. They played fantastically. They finished in terms of kill count, the second highest across all of the 16 teams involved. It was only Team Expendables that I think had like 3 or 4 more extra kills than them. And, you know, Team BLISS, they played fantastically well yesterday. And I think Imperium, you know, you can't really complain about the side of BLISS being top.
No, they've been clearly the most consistent team when it comes to getting to the late stages of the game, when it comes to performing in such a solid way. And it's not that they're playing massively different to a load of other teams around them. It is more the fact that they are playing incredibly intelligently without stepping too far out of their boundaries, as well as things like a simple statistic along the lines of the amount of damage that their player Monty has, 5,300, the current top damage leader of the lobby. It shows they're controlling these circles.
Yeah, control indeed. And I think, like, I mean, I want to talk about, of course, we have got that chicken dinner rule in place that you can see along the bottom of your screens here, which means the team with the most chicken dinners will become the overall winner, unless there's obviously a tiebreak where more kill points and higher ranks in the last games therefore put you top of the standings. But we are, of course, running things through on 6 days. We're headed into day number 4 now, into our 13th matches. 12 matches on each map of both ERANGEL and Miramar. And the 16 teams from 7 countries. We've got 2 from Thailand, 2 from Malaysia, 3 from the Philippines, 2 from Taiwan. You've got 2 from the Indonesia, 3 from the Vietnam region, as well as 2 from the Oceanic region. So a lot of good players across the board. And, well, these are the prize pools.
Indeed, if you come out on top in first place, which right now is decided Team BLISS, you will grab yourself $3,000 keyboard, mouse, headset, and of course a beautiful AOC monitor for each player. Second place will grab themselves $2,000 along with keyboard, headset, AOC monitor. Third place, mouse and headset, AOC monitor, and the juicy $1,000. And fourth place, same thing. So a couple of prizes in play. And hey, look, you know, who doesn't want to play a couple of games for a free AOC monitor and a bit of cash in your back pocket?
Yeah, I think it's a win-win situation, no matter what. And even if you finish in the likes of 3rd and 4th place, okay, you've dropped out a little bit of cash out your pocket, but I think some of these players will be more than happy with the amazing prizes that AOC are, of course, providing for the event. So huge thanks to them. We do really appreciate it, and make sure that you guys, of course, not only are AOC providing a fantastic event for us, but they're also bringing you guys at home loads of special offers depending on the countries that you are in. So for more information, please visit AOC Monitor via their Facebook page and see if you guys are eligible for grabbing some fantastic prizes, or not prizes, sorry, fantastic deals on those monitors. But these team lists here, we've already spoken a little bit about Team Bliss, their most consistent team, I think, across the whole board yesterday. But some of the teams that we need to see improve are the likes of Fury, Bao Nam United, and you can even throw the likes of eArena and the Expendables in there, although they have finally got their first chicken dinners.
Yeah, eArena ending today with that chicken dinner, jumping up 6 places to 4th place is really something that they have deserved, and they really did deserve. No disrespect to Fury or Bao Nam, but both of those teams haven't really played the play style to get to the proper late stages of the game. Fury more than Bao Nam, to give Fury credit in that regard, but it hasn't been the kind of late game play style from Bao Nam that they probably need to play, especially as they are preparing for the upcoming PUBG Global Championship. NRX falling flat down in 15th, Bhadboyz Alliance in 16th. Kingslayers, I think, have been the most improved team across the last couple of days and the last eight or so matches in my eyes, so I do want to give them a massive shout out. But of course, you know, you can grab the chicken dinner, which is also important, but grabbing kills is just as valuable. Flood right now, John, 23 kills on top.
Yeah, and I mean, these 5 players on your screen, it doesn't surprise me that they are there in terms of the top kills. I think they've been the standout and highlight players for their teams thus far. Flood, I feel like anytime we see Fury in any sort of engagement or team fight going on, no matter what time or what phase we're in, he's the one that's always really picking up the frags and putting those kills, as well as a cool 4.5k damage as well. Yes. But if we're going to talk about damage, you cannot not mention Monty with 5,319 kills on the board. Shen, of course, the highlight player for SGD. Satnix and KMF1 making that insane play we saw yesterday in that chopsticks phase to clutch his team up a 2nd place. But, well, damage, it doesn't surprise me we see Monty on top here, Imperium.
Yeah, and it's not just the amount of damage, but look at the specific headshot damage. Nearly 1,800 damage in headshots alone. That's roughly 500 or so ahead of Shen, who's his closest opponent, at least in this top 5. So Monty has been absolutely pivotal in the whole team being so successful across these games, because they put themselves in a position where they're able to not only exit into the next circle, but suppress the teams around them, control that area. And it's quite obvious that they're not camping, right? They're, you know, it's that stereotypical thing of, oh, they're only winning because they're camping. No, they are full on earning these wins, earning these massive results, and Monty is certainly leading the way. Yeah,
and I think you got to say props to Shen as well in terms of the headshot damage for the side of SGD. But, well, headed into day number 4's worth of games, this is how things are going to be looking before we head into match number 13 here for you guys. As Bliss, well, they're sitting very comfortably in the top spot right now with the 3 chicken dinners at 48 kills as well. And I've been impressed with them in terms of, we mentioned they needed to try and put a few more kills on the board in terms of chicken dinners as well, and they've done just that. Behind them, though,
exactly,
fragging very heavily the side of ShuaiGeDui. They're going to be at 63 kills with 2 chicken dinners from the future. I thought had a very good day yesterday. They did pick up 1 chicken dinner as well. Could have probably made it 2. It was actually the game that Bliss won yesterday, in which it was a sort of a 4 versus 2, and Bliss made that fantastic charge towards the chopstick phase. But overall, throughout these leaderboards, it's still looking quite close.
Yeah, it is. Of course, you know, down in towards the middle of the pack, you have eArena, Expendables, Made in Thailand, Colony, and Division X, all with that 1 chicken dinner. And they are, to an extent, bar Division X being they're quite similar when it comes to the amount of kills they've got as well to add up to the chicken dinner. That's why, I got to give a lot of props to From the Future, because I low-key called them out as a team that had fallen a little bit downhill in terms of the second team to win a match here in this finals, but they picked it up back up. And when you compare it to Division X, they've only fallen down and down and down. So I hope they can pick it up today as we look at the predictions from all of the talents across the multiple languages. I see you, John. I see you with your Bao Nam pick. How's that looking for you, buddy?
Yeah, it's not looking too great right now, is it? I mean, it's looking great in terms of the kill column and probably the damage columns, but not so much in terms of the chicken dinner rule. And I'm a little bit shocked with Bao Nam. They know that they're going to be heading over towards PGC, which I think the chicken dinner rule is actually implemented in that event as well. So they've got to try and close out these end zones in the end phases slightly a little bit better than they have. But, well, it looks like the Chinese Taipei region of casters, well, at least they know what they're talking about with SGD sitting in a cool second spot right now with 2 chicken dinners already. A little bit surprised, though, we've not seen anyone pick Team Bliss. I think, no, the side of Fury were definitely the favourable squad from the Oceania regions coming into this. But, well, that's what things look like at halfway stage here in the AOC Masters 2021. Let's take a look at what we are going to be seeing today, and we're kicking things off with Miramar.
We are indeed going to the desert dunes, the Mad Max area of the PUBG Battlegrounds map pool, and then we're going to go Erangel, followed by Miramar, ending the day on Erangel. And I think one thing that that I think has been proven, and I know this is something kind of obvious to say because there's only 2 maps in the PUBG competitive pool at the moment, but the teams that are looking the strongest are the teams who are able to get wins and strong results on both maps, whether it's ShuaiGeDui or Team Bliss, right? Specifically those two. Yeah. They've gotten wins on both maps. They're not relying on that one map, and that is important, right? I know it's obvious, and most teams are like that, but it is important to be very strong or just as strong on Erangel as you are in Miramar.
Yeah, it's very important because it's consistency of play at the same time as well that you've got to take into it, especially with the fact that we're playing 12 matches on each map as well. And I think you made a great point of Blitz and SGD. They've both won at least one of their chicken dinners on either map. And I think, you know, in particular, if I cast my mind back and remember correctly, I think SGD, I would probably say they might have just slightly edged it in terms of what I've seen on Miramar. It looks like Bliss are slightly more versatile to a map like Erangel, for example, where we saw them yesterday make a fantastic call on the push towards that phase in chopsticks. So it wouldn't surprise me, though, if we see these teams continue to play consistently well. The players, though, I can tell you, are very much ready to come into this game. I know I'm ready. I'm sure, Imperium, my man, you're ready as well.
I am indeed. Let's get this show on the road soon enough. We'll be jumping in. The lobby is open. The players are ready. The playing path is among us, and we're 25 seconds away. I love the fact that you bring up the point about ShuaiGeDui have looked consistently a little bit stronger on the Miramar map compared to Team Bliss. But at the end of the day, when it comes to the chicken dinners on that map, it is one apiece between the 2 teams. ShuaiGeDui just haven't really made that end game count as heavily in the end, so it's something that they will need to an extent think about. Myth have also won a game in Miramar, but they did have a poor day yesterday. Looked very flat across the board, and as the playing path is among us heading down from Port-au-Prince, so pretty much dead in the center. Actually, beautifully dead in the center. These teams will be able to get to wherever they want to.
Yeah, so couldn't have asked for a better start here if you're a team in terms of playing path for match number 13 here out of 24 on Miramar. And well, one thing about Miramar is you do mention, you've mentioned it a few times already throughout the event, that it isn't a bit of a map that is a bit close quarters in times. That you can try and, you know, isolate those 1v1s, those 2v2s in terms of those head-to-head fights a little bit better than you can on a map like Erangel, for example. But one thing I noticed on Miramar is it's not evenly contested off drop spots in comparison to the likes of Erangel. We saw so many times yesterday the Pachinki battle between Expendables and SGD, of course, one to mention, and I think we saw the likes of eArena and a few other teams like Fury try and fight it off spawn every now and then. But on Miramar, it's a little bit more evenly spread. We see these teams get onto that looting phase a little bit quicker, and, well, depending on where that first phase starts to shift, we'll see some rotation sooner rather than later.
Exactly, and that phase 1 is so important. With the playing path being so central, it does take away from the massive strength of the phase 1 circle, because unless it's a completely yeeted away, which it kind of is, to be fair. on that south side, it still shouldn't be too much of an issue because you have that naturally more solid spread of teams across the map because of that central playing path. So bar, you know, committing to that south side early, I'm not expecting too many crazy moments bar what we are seeing right now.
Yep, well, in terms of the kill department, the first two are going to go on the board, and it's going to be Moon, and unfortunately for the side of BBA, who falls out earlier on. There was one kill as well. I think it was one of the Kingslayer players that dropped early on, as we do get a little look as to where these teams are located after that first phase has shifted down towards Los Leones, as that's going to be great for the likes of Fury, for example. We're already set up powerfully inside of that big city itself, and I mean, just looking at a few of the other teams as well, the likes of Colony, they're way up towards the north of the map. So are the squad of Team Expendables and BLISS as well. So it wouldn't surprise you if they try and get themselves moving over to that phase slightly sooner rather than later, because we've seen a few times already in this event here, Imperium, a lot of teams, they like to rotate early and get themselves set up.
Yeah, definitely. On a side note, though, I do want to point out the fact that Bhadboyz Alliance, they're not used to being contested in Port-au-Prince. So Division X Gaming, as far as I know, have not dropped in Port-au-Prince so far in this Masters regional final. So definitely something that wasn't calculated from Division X in terms of trying to contest Bhadboyz Alliance and create a bit of more of a control. Was it something that they weren't too aware? I don't know, but either way, I feel a little bit bad for Bhadboyz because they were in no way expecting to be contested.
Yeah, but I think, I think that's kind of smart from the side of Division X. They've done their research. They probably watched the VODs back on stream. I quite like it. If there's a team that you'd probably bank yourself off beating off a fight straight off of the spawn and contesting a drop spot, it's probably Bhadboyz Alliance, right? They're not looking too great right now in terms of the confidence, and that's no disrespect to the players. They're probably very much better PUBG players than myself. But the thing is, though, it's one of those things where you need to understand, DXG, they've already got a win on the board, right? They've already got a chicken dinner, so they're still looking relatively good in this tournament. So if they can contest BBA, they've already found the first 2 kills, and they've only got 2 players left to deal with. They sort of win that initial drop spot. They look very, very good. That phase has already shifted down towards them. So I'm quite a bit of a fan of that from DXG, to be honest.
Yep. Even if the circle wasn't in the south, I'd still be a big fan of that because, you're right about Bhadboyz Alliance. Of course, they're a fantastic team, fantastic players in general. Can't argue with that. But in this lobby right now in this lobby, they are the weakest team. And that's harsh to say, but that's the truth. And it's up for them within themselves to improve, but also the likes of Division X, they can feed off that in the right way. They certainly have so far. Team BLISS are starting to make their rotation from the western side of the map out of El Pozo through Monte Nuevo. They'll go probably down to the Valdemar roadside and then take that far south coastline into the circle. It will take a little bit longer, but it is overall a tiny bit quicker because it's just all straight kind of road ahead. You're not relying on the massive high ground hills that are kind of a little bit north to the roadside. So I appreciate that quicker rotation from Team BLISS.
Yeah, and I think one team that do play those ridges is the team that actually rotated to avoid them, the side of Team BLISS, and I think Colony play those sort of split along those high ridgy rockland areas quite well, but we know one team that are performing well in the kill department, not so much the chicken dinner department, is the side of Fury. We already highlighted Flood leading the way free squad in terms of being the MVP, but well, for the side of Fury, you got to hope to say today is probably the day that they put the chicken dinner on the board and get their tournament, you can say, somewhat up and running out. And what's it going to take for Fury really here, Imperium? Because we know the fact that they're very good individual players, they're a very good team. They're obviously one of the best teams in the game, because I think they are one of the teams that are playing in PGC later on in the year as well. So these players are very, very good. Their track record is fantastic. Why can they not just clutch it out at the moment?
Oh, it's a tough question. They know the answer to that more than me, right? I can speculate a little bit based on that tiny level of chokeness that we've seen in a couple of games, right? That Miramar game specifically, where they just threw a barrage of utility towards, I forget exactly who it was, when
it might
we
be
were
the
down to
Expendables,
top
actually.
3.
Yeah, I think it was the Expendables.
There you go. The Expendables. And then they got absolutely drowned out afterwards. So little chokes like that, little poor mistakes like that, isn't helping them. But I also know that they've had a good bit of bad luck, which has stopped them from claiming a chicken dinner so far, as Bhadboyz Alliance are eliminated. Positive mental attitude will finish them off.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from PMA. Can't complain too much. It was pretty much a box standard 4 versus 2 there, as well, not decided to be BA. Unfortunately, they're not being the bad boys today. And let me tell you who's coming for you. It was most definitely the squad of PMA. And, well, they're going to be back in the lobby and look to go again in match number 14. And I just had a little chance, actually, to look at my map. And the south side of this phase is very, very heavily contested and stacked here. We're talking about like 13 odd teams all around the same sort of area. So if this phase continues to shift further south towards the bottom coastline and where this sort of big water area is, we're probably in for quite a fast-paced finish to this game.
Yeah, and eArena holding on to a big 4-man spread is quite ballsy, right? They dropped in that area, so they didn't really have to go too far. But normally when you have that kind of massive circle where you have a good 30% water in play, that land mass is shrunk already, right, to a near phase 2. So it means controlling that as a spread is a little bit riskier. I can see in the map feed that we have, they're taking shots towards teams, right? Because they know they need to hold on to that metaphorical bubble. 2 minutes until the next phase pops up. So it is important that they do look to be proactive, control their areas individually, and then when phase 2 pops up, probably join up as a 2-2.
Yeah, it's very, very risky, of course, playing a split. We mentioned it's something we see quite often at the early phases in a game of PUBG, but for a zone like this where it's so heavily contested already, it's not such a bad thing, though, to be honest with you. I think it's a big confidence and statement play out of eArena. They're obviously feeling confident coming off the back of the win yesterday, so if they're feeling confident enough to do it and try something different here in game number 1, why not let them do it? And, well, for the side of Fury, unfortunately, they're going to have to try and finish things off here throughout the rest of the game with a player less, as that's going to be Shen, probably finding the easiest kill he has. And you actually have an interesting fact about Shen in terms of his knock to kill percentage.
It's ridiculous. He's on the current top spot of the kills with 23, and his knocks are also 23. He has a 100% conversion record in this tournament so far. It's pretty unprecedented. It's quite rare that you have a 100% conversion record, and it just shows how important he has been for his team and grabbing the wins and grabbing the points that they've got so far. Backed up, of course, by a fantastic player such as Jervis with 12 assists. But Shen, it's been all him, baby. It's been all him.
Yeah, definitely the highlight player and probably the MVP of the tournament thus far. If you ask me, you could probably throw Monty into that sort of category as well in terms of an MVP of the overall event, but we still got 3 more days left of action to... And it's kind of crazy. I mean, myself as a traditional sort of FPS player, usually the events we run are like 4-day events, but I love these sort of Battle Royale week-long events. They're so fantastic. They're so enjoyable because it really tests these players to the max in terms of consistency value, right? You can't really afford to have 1 or 2 bad games unless you're the likes of SGD or Team Bliss, who are already so far ahead. But, well, one team that wants to continue to try and have the upper hand on the next team fight is the side of PMA, as that's going to be Mastodon, unfortunately, dropped out of things here. And, well, that phase has started to shift even more slightly southeast.
Indeed. It's that kind of... Well, it was a little bit of a northeast, but it is still southeastern side of the map. The good thing is that phase 2 was away from the circle. Yukika Macau taken out. It seems like Fury not having the best start to today's games. They recently announced their PGC jersey, which honestly looks absolutely beautiful. It's white, black, and gold, a beautiful mix, but they're going to have to use all the beauty of that new jersey to pull the power plays on board, as Limitless is going to rock on by down to 18 health, but it is still him on his own. Zyshow 95, a little bit close by as a first aid is laid down.
Yeah, the jerseys are most definitely nice indeed, but they got to try and translate the beautifulness of jerseys to the beautifulness of PUBG gameplay, as unfortunately they are down to 2 remaining players. And, well, for Flood and Ronan, I think, well, the fact that you've still got Flood alive means probably anything can happen here in this game in terms of, individual capability of popping off when you need to. But For the side of Fury, we mentioned they needed a good start. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. And well, taking a little look at my map here on the map feed that we have, the squad of Colony from the future and Made in Thailand, they're still sort of occupying the bottom part of Los Leonas ever so slightly, as we do see Roman do eventually drop, and it's going to be Flood who probably falls shortly after. But these three teams, just by the top of where Los Leonas is, they're really banking on that phase shifting heavily towards the north.
Yeah, to an extent they are. Fury go down. It's from the future, honestly, they've, and even Colony, they really do have that fantastic exit strategy, right? They're not committed into the city, right? They're not committed to a core area of the map. When that next phase pops up, it will allow them to react a lot cleaner compared to, let's say, Made in Thailand, to SGD, to Bao Nam, right? So I really love the positioning of From the Future and Colony, specifically in where they are in the northern side of the map. So I'm excited to see how they're going to react to it. Kingslayers are right now in the dead center of the circle. We saw DK take down the last two players of Fury, and they're left with just two players up, of course, while Team Bliss taking a decent bit of damage at the hands of Division X Gaming down toward the south side. A knock into Textile. One thing I will say about Team Bliss is I've noticed, for whatever reason, Textile seems to be the player that gets knocked the most from his team. Hey, look, it's no shade, but it's just a bit of a correlation. I'm like, it always seems to be Textile. Maybe he's the meat shield of the squad. I don't know. Well,
they might try. Sometimes, you know, we see it quite often in PUBG where, you know, we mention this sort of 1-2-1 split or a 3-1 split or a 2-2 split across the board. But sometimes we see that sort of lone player that kind of plays as a bit of an information type of player, right? He scouts out a bit of information and might over peak now and then to try and get the information. And well, sometimes, unfortunately, you do just get stuck up short, and unfortunately for Textile, looks like he's been, I would say on average, he's probably been knocked about 2 or 3 times a game I've seen him play this week. But listen, it seems to be working for them as well. They are top of the standings. Of course, as we do see that phase start to shift towards the northeastern side of the map, and well, for those 3 teams that are already sat up towards the top of Los Leonas, they're looking at a very decent spot. As you mentioned, they still got the exit route should they need to, but a little bit of good positioning here already early on for them.
Yeah, they are looking indeed good with that northeastern shift on towards this phase 3. The Expendables played on the south side. They won a Miramar game yesterday in what was a beautiful clutch. We've seen Jun absolutely step up to the plate time and time again for his side. They're going to have to play up the south side of the hill to grab a little bit of control. Is ShuaiGeDui going a little bit blind, and they paid a price at the hands of both Bao Nam and Myth.
Fantastic stuff from Bao Nam. Is there a team that really... Oh my... what a headshot with the car! 98k. Fantastic stuff. And well, from what looked like Bao Nam being in a good spot, Simon T is going to drop out of the game. Zest getting knocked to the hands of Thanawat. So, well, for the side of Bao Nam, it seems to be the recurring theme, as they just look like they're not firing on all cylinders at the moment.
I'm just going to be straight up. Nothing is sexier than a bolt action headshot knock. Honestly, straight up. I don't know what it is, but there's just something so beautifully calculated about it time and time again. And Thanawat pulling that out just like that, it's so glorious. So great play from him, and Bao Nam will have to kind of duck back with their tail between their legs. They still have a good position in the circle, to be fair. It's not to be sniffed at. They just now will be far more aware of the likes of Myth in front of them.
Yeah, Thanos still continues to do damage with that Car 98, as well as he's found another headshot on to Broken Hearts. And well, for this man, he's auditioning for sniping teams apparently, as he's just finding headshots all over the place. And for the side of Made in Thailand, they got a very nice little position here. They've got a lot of vision and line of sight onto any sort of different angle that they need to hold on to. I am a little bit worried that they are going to be overexposed slightly later on into the phase, sort of phase 5 region. And one thing to mention, the squad of DXG, actually, they look like they're going to be pushing up towards the northeastern side of this zone and trying to come in behind the team of Colony.
Yeah, it might be something that they could look to do. It's going to be easier said than done, of course. Playing through the Los Leonas buildings is quite difficult. Indeed, Bao Nam, they've got themselves together. They did lose their IGL Simon T, of course, but with Team Bliss in front of them, who are split in their own way, back up as a full squad, and they're trying to handle Kingslayers as well down towards the southwest side with positive mental attitude. The circle does go down southeast, and Colony are looking damn good for the circle.
Yeah, that's great. You couldn't have asked for a better shift in terms of the phase for the side of Colony, and well, for those teams that have got to start to make their way further over towards the likes of Colony, even Team Extraordinaire, Kingslayer as well, set up pretty decently early on. They're going to be finding it a little bit tough here, and well, for the side of Bao Nam, the 3 remaining players, it looks like they're going to try and get things a little bit up and running sooner rather than later, as well, as soon as they do that, it looks like it's the team of BLISS who find some shots and fire it their way.
Waiting to see what Made in Thailand can continue to do to gatekeep these teams around, and they've done a great job so far of pushing back ShuaiGeDui, pushing back Bao Nam, whereas they need to think, okay, well, where do we go from here? What do we do? We also need to think a little bit about what's in front of us now as we get through this phase 4. DK, Limitless, Zaichu, looking to push back the members of Team BLISS who are inside that cave area of Miramar. They're going to have to find their exit point out of that area as well. Luckily, they have the body advantage, and that's a beautiful nade knock from Brain.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, and that's just pure intelligence, right? And knowledge as to where the players might have rotated and sort of wrapped themselves to reposition towards. And, well, for Team BLISS, things keep going well for them as they've got all 4 alive, and the first kill on the board for them in this game. And you wanted to mention and see what the side of Made in Thailand can do to gatekeep these teams, and well, they're doing it very well at the moment. They do get tagged up a few times, but a lot of damage done over to the side of the Expendables, who are a team that are right hot on their trails already with 59 kills in the live standings and that 1 chicken dinner. And well, now for the side of the Expendables, they're in an awful spot because they've got Bao Nam who are going to try and help gatekeep them as well. They've got to worry about Made in Thailand should they try to shift back up towards this ridgy mountain area. Well, they've also got the team of BLISS just slightly behind them as well. This squad right now of the Expendables, they're in an awful spot here, Imperium.
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of a result of poor rotations and a level of desperation. They were coming in from the south. Their circle has shifted away. Honestly, they probably could have played from the southeast rather than the southwest. That probably would have been a much cleaner entry point into the circle. eArena did go for that wild rotation that you mentioned from Los Leones to the northeastern side, but Colony a little bit more aware of that massive 4-person spread, and Momon has opened the door already with an initial knock, but the revive has been laid out. You can see Kill is taking a good bit of damage. I think that's Division X Gaming coming in for the third party.
Yeah, this is beautiful. I absolutely love this from Division X. It's actually only one player of Gagakun who's really close and personal behind the side of it. He's getting so hyper aggressive over towards these 2 lines. And the reason he's doing this is because here you go, you can see that phase shift now. Colony are still in a very, very good spot in terms of where the zone and the phase has pulled to. So if the DX Gaming, they can try and swing their way over towards that and get a little bit of information to see if it's like, okay, we can try and third party this, get a bit more information and try and take this spot, then they're going to be in a prime spot to try and put up their second chicken dinner. And oh, well, for KM9, it's going to be Alec who drops him. And well, there you go, eArena, as they tried to make the push over towards Colony, but the Hive, they're too strong.
Yeah, I do respect that attempt on the rotation from eArena. They just were coming in a little bit blind, and Colony were set up beautifully for defense. Division X came in for a third party, and it became too much for them. Kingslayers holding down the fort. I've noticed an improvement from Kingslayer, so I'm starting to kind of root for them more and more, and I'm recognizing the evolution of their playstyle. Jagger is knocked on his knee, so he's not going to be doing any dancing for now, but Jason and God XP, let's see what they can do as they try and push back the members of Positive Mental Attitude.
Yeah, and it looks like DXG, well, they've already tried to aggress across to that road in the middle of the zone, and they're trying to get a little bit more aggressive over towards the side of Colony and take this power position over towards the northeastern side of this phase. But for now, we are going to see how things play out between PMA and the side of Kingslayer. I think we also saw Expendables and Bao Nam try and join this party. So this is a bit of a continuation from that 4-way affair we saw about a phase or so back when it was slightly further down this hill. Now we've moved up towards sort of the road areas. These guys are still trying to fight this 4-way engagement. And there we go. Beautiful. That's the first knock from DXG.
Yeah, beautiful by DXG, Division X Gaming. I do kind of wonder why the whole of Colony were slow. Alex and Momon were so slow to join up with Caleb's off the back of the previous circle shift. It didn't make sense to me. They kind of allowed Division X Gaming to enter in across the road like that, and that's a bit of a misstep in my eyes. But let's see if they can turn it around. Division X Gaming, I said they needed to step up to the plate in today's 4 games. So chicken dinner would certainly be a proof of that happening. But they also have to contend with the fact that across the road, you have a couple of other teams down on the south side that could stab them in the back.
Yep, well, unfortunately for PMA, they are going to be wiped out. As I think it was to the double nades of 777 and one of the other players for PMA who found
Team Bliss. No,
yeah, no, it was Team
Team
Expendables who found they found all 4 kills onto PMA, but there's still that big engagement going on over towards that bottom southeastern side of this phase between 3 or 4 teams. And well, right now it seems like these 2 teams are split. Like it looks like the lobby's split half apart. They're like, you'll fight this side, we'll fight this side. And for the side of FTF, they're not engaging anyone. They're just chilling at the top of the sort of northwest area.
Yeah, they have an easy peasy lemon squeezy as the side of Division X push on forward, get rid of Colony, and as I said, a deserved team fight win for Division X. They were a lot more proactive in their movement to gain control of this circle across the board. From the future, do have to now move a little bit down south. Team Extraordinaire in the dead center of the circle. Team Bliss actually took advantage of the Expendables pushing in onto the PMA and actually went ahead of them, and now they are able to keep the Expendables inside this circle.
Yeah, this is what impresses me so much about Bliss is they've done it time and time again. How many times did we see it in yesterday's games and the games that they've won is they just what they do is they allow people to dictate the way that the Expendables are going to play. And guess what? They're going to dictate the nade. This time it's Rain who does let it rain nades apparently to find 2. So for now, the Expendables, they're in a dire situation as it's all up to the 2 remaining players of Livis and 777. But, well, 777, he's already knocked. The revive probably will come through. But this should be pretty much a sort of bog standing hold here for the side of Bliss to clear up these kills.
And here's the thing, they're playing this game wonderfully by having that one player outside the circle on the off angle, and Textile is covering Monty. It's not like Monty is absolutely on his own. He has that backline support, but Textile is inside the circle, so they have that anchorage position covered so beautifully. A Molotov and knocked by Textile. 777, he's left on his own, and down they go. Team Bliss cover the south side.
Yeah, that's beautiful right there. And I mean, I don't want to say it's too much of a split because they are still quite close together, but having those 3 players sort of being the aggressors towards Team Expendables and then having Textile just lurk towards that heavy position and that anchor role with inside the phase already, it just opens up so many different doors of the path to success for Team Bliss. And well, it comes out perfectly. And for Zest, he's just trying to crawl his way around the back line of Made in Thailand right now. He probably will get spotted, and Textile, well, does find him. And Textile, we mentioned he's a player that gets knocked a few times. It seems to be he's the one doing the knocking at the moment.
Yeah, knocking on heaven's door. In the hands of Bao Nam, down they go. Sends them up to the gods above. Made in Thailand are across the road. They have that kind of northwestern side covered on their end, whereas the south, the southwest, and even the south, to an extent the southeast, is well played by Team Bliss. They have such a good level of control. From the future, by the way, have moved into the circle. They sent their 3 players up towards the northeastern side, and now they can look to maybe take a little bit of a fight against Division X, who are focused right now onto Team Extraordinaire.
Yeah, and I think we're about to see another bit of an engagement go down between Team Extraordinaire and Division X, but well, that opens the possibilities of the likes of Made in Thailand and Bliss to try and third party this later on, but I think they're so concentrated on each other right now, they're not really paying attention to what's happening slightly further within these phases. But from the future, they've done a great job of actually really wrapping all the way around. I mentioned earlier on and I highlighted it and bring it to light that they were playing so far split and sort of just let the lobby kill themselves, and they thought we'll come in slightly later on and try and clean up a few kills, and it looks like that's what they're doing, is they're going to now try and be the third party between that engagement of DXG and Team Extraordinaire. And well, we're down to our 5 remaining teams.
And I understand why Team Bliss are kind of hanging on to Myth, because they don't want to leave that space open for them to come in behind, because I think Myth's only kind of entry point into this circle is going through Team Bliss. But I also don't want Team Bliss to kind of be too tunnel visioned by this and give up any kind of space or any kind of opportunity to, let's say, third party the final 3 teams who are inside the circle. time ticking. The blue zone is going to start to move in, and they can lay down the pressure on the mid.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for the side of FTF, that rotation doesn't look like it's paid off just yet, or has it, as it's a 2-for-2 trade in the knocks, make it a team wipe for the side of From the Future as well. They're going to probably get both remaining players back up on the revive as well. When we mentioned, is that slower pace style of play for From the Future going to pay dividend and come into play later on, and it's worked exactly that as Textile Monty. They're going to drop Jacob and Duck, and for the side of Team Bliss, they smell an opportunity here to pick up their 4th chicken dinner, and boy oh boy, do they want to lay it out on the dinner table and eat it up like a beautiful Sunday roasters. Well, for them, they've got to make sure, like you said though, not to get too tunnel visioned on the side of Myth. Now, what I think they've done great is they found the initial 2 kills, or well, a kill and a knock. They've not converted that final kill just yet. They can afford now. They need to play for the circle now, exactly. Yep. They need to just try and relax a little bit. They've done the damage that they need to do. They've made their life a little bit easier.
At least send one person in as an anchorage. The side of Team Expendables have got to be aware of what is happening behind them with those shots, and even look at From the Future taking a couple of cheeky little shots towards Monty, and that's the thing, right? If they had a third party that fight a little bit earlier, they might have been able to come in on towards From the Future, but Esqualicia gets a backstab onto one of the players from Team Bliss. I think Monty is going to be able to be revived up. Rain has an arm, and that is going to be a beautiful squad wipe onto Myth.
Yeah, I don't know if Monty is going to be able to be revived, actually. He's definitely not as well. Rain's going to fall as well, and it's all up to Bryn. And I think from the side of From the Future, they've played this rotation perfectly. They're in such a powerful spot right now. The split is pretty much fantastic. You've got Hikaru sort of working as that lone solo player, trying to anchor his way around, or sorry, be the person that plays outside of the phase. You've got the likes of Man and Broken Hearts anchored in the middle of the phase, trying to keep themselves that pure control. And well, it's a battle for the center of the road apparently here between Team Extraordinaire and From the Future. But let's not count Bryn out here. I think, no, they have spotted exactly where he is for a second. I thought he was going to try and allow this team fight to happen and try and clean things up and pick up a chicken dinner, but well, for him it's definitely going to be nothing but 3rd spot. And you'd like to think here whoever finds the first knock between the team of Extraordinaire and From the Future probably has the upper advantage.
Lovely shots from Mike with the SKS. Needs to be quite proactive. It's 4v4v1, so both of these teams know that there is another team around them, and I'm a little bit more surprised that Team Extraordinaire aren't looking around them a bit more heavily, but also appreciate that Bryn is staying as quiet as a mouse.
Yeah, I like it a lot. He just needs to. This is all he can do, I think, at this point, is try and edge his way in. I think they know exactly where he is. You've got to probably try and crouch your way and, if not, crawl like a snake through this long grass and wait for the engagements between these two teams to happen. But if you're Bryn, you're kind of hoping that the squad From the Future make a bit of a mistake and try and push the engagement for Team Extraordinaire slightly too soon, and you might be able to do a little bit of damage and even the numbers up. But, well, for him, it looks like it's very much going to be 3rd spot as well. I mean, you're looking at From the Future right now. Look at the spread they have across this phase here. They control so much of the phase, and this is going to really, really play into their favor as Bryn's going to fall, and we're down to a 4 versus 4.
And then Team Extraordinaire, I think, a little bit too passive on that, and I understand that they wanted to wait and not kind of move ahead. It's phase 9, the center circle is across the road, so Team Extraordinaire now need to start making the moves. I get that they maybe wanted to get rid of the last player, Team Bliss, and not get stabbed in the back, so I can appreciate that. But now the utility, the smokes and nades and molotovs from both of these teams, the opening knock is going to be so important in this fight.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a little bit of a different situation to what we saw yesterday in opposed to the 4v4 between SGD and eArena. It's slightly more open affair, not a lot of ridges to work with. Hikaru finds one. Hikaru finds the kill. It's going to be YQQ to confirm the kill to How. And well, for the side of From the Future, it looks like they've got the numbers advantage momentarily, but Papachulo's there to trade back as Broken Heart, unfortunately, is going to have his heart ripped in two, as the likeliness of the squad of Team Extraordinaire winning this game is not looking too great. And there you go, it's going to be the side of From the Future to secure their 2nd chicken dinner with an 11-kill win. And that all purely came down to just beautiful play towards the... I think it was when phase 4 hit. They were so split away from other teams. They just said, you know what, we'll just let the other teams do what they want to do. We'll do our own thing. We'll come in, we'll wait for the fights. We'll third party, and they played it perfectly.
it was just that kind of thing of understanding the circle shifts and how that played into their favor, right? Because the circles had kind of been consistently shifting up towards that kind of northeastern side, or at least the eastern side, whether north or south, right? So that common sense tells you there's a lot more automatic traffic on that south and that kind of the western side of the map, right? That's common sense. So when From the Future moved into that north side and that kind of northeast, there was that element of them not really knowing exactly who was there, but percentage less chance of there being 2 or 3 teams, and they were able to third party Division X, get the squad wipe, and then Team Extraordinaire couldn't really do much about that circle in the end, shifting away, and they had to move across the road. I know Team Bliss had a good game, but I saw the writing on the wall when they stayed around Myth for far too long. After getting 1 kill, that should have been their time to move into the circle, right? Because at that point, there was still I know, and I'm doing my best to try to take into account that they don't see what we see. But even then, knowing the land area around you, you should be aware that as you enter into the circle, there's a tiny bit of a point in that entry where you can get shot from the team across the road, and because they left it too late, Division X had already cleared up that not Division X, From the Future had already cleared up on that side of the road, so they could focus on Team Bliss. That's harsh, but that mistake was there from Team Bliss.
Yeah, I think it's literally something I said. As soon as we saw them get the first 2 knocks, it was literally like, you've done the hard work now. You don't need to force the engagement. What's the point in trying to play for 2 extra kills in the kill department and risk losing a chicken dinner, right? Especially with the chicken dinner rule set being so important. And I don't want to say they kind of threw the game, but the mistakes were definitely there, and it kind of did prove costly. But you got to say, forget about the mistakes other teams made. From the Future played it absolutely flawlessly towards, I think it was from, like I said, phase 4 or phase 5, but it was set up towards the northwestern part of the phase. At times, there was even outside of the circle at times, and they just played that super late rotation in. They looped their way around the top northern side of the map. They waited for the engagement between DXG and Colony, and they third-partied it fantastically, took the power spot, and well, from there, it was lights out for the side of From the Future, and now you put themselves the second chicken dinner on the board.
It's actually their 3rd chicken dinner, believe it or not.
It's their 3rd? Oh, wow.
It's their 3rd,
they got one yesterday. Of course they did. Yes, of course they did.
So that's their 3rd. That automatically puts them in 2nd place. I don't think they got more kills than Team Bliss, or a high enough amount to overtake them in the damage standpoint, in that kind of kill standpoint, but definitely top 2 automatically for From the Future because of that chicken dinner win in today's first match. So absolutely spot on. Oh my lord! Okay,
we have a tie.
They have gotten first in the overall standings. And
correct me if I'm wrong, I think they are first because they had more kills in the most recent game that they played. So technically at the moment you could say they're tied for top spot, but all in all, huge performance from the Future.
Fantastic.
And obviously if you're Bliss, you've got to be kicking yourself there, saying we've really kind of thrown that one away. We had such a great spot. We had everything going our way. But unfortunately, it was From the Future that seemed to prove a dividend. And that's going to give them the world of confidence. Now, they've won 2 games in back-to-back days. So did they win a game in the first day as well?
Yeah, but they won a game in the first day.
Then they didn't win a game in the second. Okay, yeah.
Then day 3, day 4.
So they've won 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4 days they've got a chicken dinner.
Yes.
So their confidence must be absolutely sky high.
Yeah, of course, and I said in yesterday's games that both them and Division X had fallen a little bit flatter, because even up until that chicken dinner win in yesterday's games, From the Future weren't really hitting the right marks. They weren't really flowing in the right way, but that chicken dinner win that they got in yesterday's games clearly kind of, snapped things up in the right way and said, okay, we know what we can do now. We are adapting. We found our groove. Let's build on that. That is quite obvious in this first match of the day. Well done from the future.
Yeah, fantastic performance from them. We'll have to wait and see if they can go back to back and try and make it 2 on the bounce as we head into ERANGEL after this short break. Welcome back, guys, here at the AOC Masters Tournament of 2021 for PUBG. My name is John P, joined by Imperium as always, and we saw From the Future catapult their way from what was, I think, 4th or 5th spot all the way up into the top spot by the fact that they won more kills in the last game than the squad of Team Bliss. But you got to say there's a few talking points to do with that game, and especially in the end game. We both highlighted the point of Team Bliss making a little bit of a hiccup and an error in terms of being too aggressive and re-aggressive in engagement. I think it was against the side of the Expendables and Myth. Where they should have just backed up after doing a bit of damage, and that kind of pretty much, you could say, somewhat nearly cost them, or could have cost them, the game.
It did. It straight up cost them the game, and even though it's hard for them to absolutely be sure of who is in other areas of the map.
Yeah.
You open your map, you see the circle. Common sense tells you there's going to be a team across the road, and maybe it's just the area of the map it ended is just that little bit different to the point where they just weren't massively aware. Because Team Bliss have easily proven themselves in the late game, right? They have. That's the thing. That's why that mistake felt so much more off, because I was like, it's Team Bliss. Any other team, I would have been like, yeah, okay, they're, fair enough, but Team Bliss have proven themselves in the late game, so that mistake was even a little bit more compounded because of that. But they can dust themselves off, and it was still a good game nonetheless. I think Team Myth's rotations made in Thailand was very good in the first 4 circles, but they committed to the wrong part of the map, unfortunately, in that kind of phase 5 area.
Yeah, I think, sometimes those costly mistakes can obviously cost you the game, and unfortunately for the side of Bliss, it very much did so. But no doubt, they're experienced enough players to put the past in the past, and, well, look forward to something from the future. You could say, I'm sorry, I had to do it. I saw the crossover in names, and I had to try, and I'm probably sure I've just bored and blown people's minds at home watching in the Twitch chat. But a decent pain path we have got to kick things off here. Imperium going from the south side of military base all the way up through to the northeastern side of the map, and I think the players will be pretty comfortable with this one.
Yeah, it's a tiny bit trickier for the teams that want to land on towards the northern side, like the George Pod area, but other than that, that diagonal part does allow these teams to kind of get to where they want to in this map. Looking at, obviously, Fury, they don't need to worry about going to North George because they have that kind of secondary drop spot in the military base area, which they've gone. Colony are also dropping on the military island, but they're in a massive split. And now we see the side of the Expendables and ShuaiGeDui. The Pachinki battle, it rages on.
Yeah, and I think these obviously, we highlighted the fact that these two teams are already got chicken dinners. SGD won more than the likes of the Expendables already, and, well, for the squad of Expendables and SGD, it's going to be a bloodbath back and forth here, as I think we've seen 2 players from each side fall, and just like that, the Expendables are going to be eliminated. They do lose Shen, which is going to be huge for SGD as well in terms of confidence, but Jervis and Tidley should be picked up relatively comfortably, and that was a relatively fast-paced start to the game.
We barely got into it because we've become so used to those T-fights dragging on for like 67 minutes that none of us were expecting that kind of fight to end in 2 minutes. So it was kind of like, okay, it's over. Well, fair enough. Nice one, ShuaiGeDui. But we have to talk about that phase 1 circle. Now, it's going to be Military Island. It's pretty much all I really need to say. It's going to be Military Island. But because it's a little bit more heavily on the eastern side of the map, it does open a door for that western bridge to become a little bit accessible. eArena should have a quick entry point from the Ferry Pier region, and they need to make that quickly. Because right now, Colony, who already dropped heavily split, are not in a position to, in any way, create any kind, create some form of a bridge camp on that western side of the map.
Yeah, I think you're right. The split from Colony does open that door for eArena to try and get across and set up slightly easier earlier on, but you mentioned the whole bridge situation might come into play. BBA, they're set up relatively well over towards the eastern side of that bridge, so they could potentially hold a few players across there. And for the side of Made in Thailand, looks like they're trying to go for the swimming route once again. And well, already I'm very surprised that we've not seen a lot more teams start to rotate. To be totally honest with you, we usually see within the first 2 or 3 minutes these teams start to make their way over when it's the likes of a military base, in particular the likes of TXG, the side of Team Bliss and Bao Nam United, who are so far heavily up towards the northern side of the map. They decide to delay this any longer and it could really come back to bite them.
It really could come back to bite them for sure. I'm curious how many teams are going to pull out a form of botations. Bhadboyz Alliance haven't proven themselves to be massively effective in these games, so I can't see them pull off any kind of bridge camp on the eastern side of the military island. They can hold on to the likes of the radio tower to begin with and control the circle from that area, but other than that, I expect that eastern bridge to become a little bit accessible as King Thayers manage to get away at the hands of Limitless.
Somehow 1 HP and very much a dream indeed. As well, God XP proving that he could be the demigod here, as it's hard to take him down and gets away with his life. And ShuaiGeDui, surprising those shots have come over, and that's a player right there with zero confidence, to be totally honest with you. That is a player who had some relatively straightforward shots to try and find a knock, although he was quite split and could have been singled out. That's just a player with zero confidence in his ability to try and find some shots and to try and, you know, drop a player from Fury, such a good team, and side the center of the zone already would have been absolutely huge and vital for his team and the rest of this lobby. But well, here we go, the rotations are starting to come through. DK, Kingslayer, you name it, all starting to rotate. But for the side of Extraordinaire, Trick tries to get a little bit too comfortable and well, he gets tagged down to 50 HP.
Yeah, it's got to be careful, Team Extraordinaire. They dropped the Milta, so you have the opportunity to kind of pull some lovely couple of kills on your side, but you also have to think about any kind of rotation in towards that military island. They can opt to go back towards, let's say, Milta Power and go for a botation if they want to leave it a little bit longer, but those botations are definitely tricky enough when it comes to the timing of when you pull it off, because that southeastern side of the island is in play. You could see a team go full heavy down on towards that southeast side to try and catch out a team botating your way in. So a botation on the eastern side of the map is possible, but it holds a lot more risks compared to the western side of the map of the military island.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see which teams decide to locate where, and what you can already see on the eastern side, a lot of teams deciding to get themselves set up nice and comfortably. And I mentioned I'd like to see the squad of Bao Nam start to rotate slightly sooner as they are up towards Roshok. And well, they've elected to take my advice, but this is where the issue might come in, right? When you've got the likes of Extraordinaire trying to count towards the top of this bridge, and you're going to start to see a few players try to hold each other out. And well, Ronan, he's going to find one. Unfortunately for Mastodon, he's going to fall out for the side of DK, and things for them just seem to get bad and worse. But look at how split DK were in first place. I mean, you've got Limitless, who's literally still on the mainland. You've got two of their other players towards the military base already. And for the side of Bhadboyz Alliance, they've singled out one player from Fury. They're trying to find some shots, but to no avail.
I'll be honest, for a team that drops the military island, I don't think Fury are the best at positioning themselves on the island, being perfectly honest. I think there's a lot of weakness around how the areas they hold on to, and it's something that I would think they need to look a bit more at. That might be harsh, but right now, like, they've allowed Myth to get onto a better hill position, for example. They're going onto that compound down from the radio tower, which is okay, but it's not really good for phase 1. It's very much a kind of a phase 3, maybe phase 4 position of the circle to hold on to, but it's not a phase 1. The likes of where Myth is, which is on towards that northwestern side of where Fury is much stronger to hold down in the first 2 to 3 phases. But Zaishu is looking to hold himself down in the right way. Chucks out a flash, is going to reposition towards the other side. The footsteps will be heard. That player Fury is to an extent on his own, but he has the backline support of his teammates.
Yeah, I kind of pretty much agreed. I thought you hit the nail on the head and you were bang on with this. We're talking about Fury not in the greatest of spots there. I don't want to say they're in a horrific spot because they're not, because it's still only phase 1. But if this zones and phase starts to shrink and sort of centers towards the likes of the western side, they're gonna be come up stuck relatively easy. You got the likes of Bhadboyz Alliance, who are way up towards the top of this hill, and even the likes of Myth, you said, are in a slightly better position. You got Team Extraordinaire, who are trying to join on top of the hill as well. So Fury, I definitely think in future references, they got to take a little look at this drop spot in terms of thinking about, okay, the what if factor, right? The what if of the possibilities. And well, there we go. We mentioned being slightly further down the bottom of this hill might pay dividend, and well, they're going to lose their main man thus far in the tournament, and that's going to be Flood, who drops, although the kill is traded back from Insight, taking down SATU. And oh, for the side of Fury right now, it just looks like they're not exactly sure on what they're doing, on what to do. And for a side like that, it's a little bit confusing.
Well, here's the thing. They've put themselves in a position where they can't do much because of the third, fourth party potential from the likes of Bhadboyz Alliance and even Myth, if Myth choose to kind of push it a little bit more forward. So Fury have kind of dug their own grave. It's up for them to lie in it, or at least try and get out of it as much as possible. Having Bhadboyz Alliance there to an extent help them against DK is good, but like I said, it's not that they don't know what they need to do, it's just they know they're very limited on how they can play in towards the circle, whereas Bhadboyz Alliance, I said that they could hold down the radio tower. They're certainly doing a damn good job of it. Yeah,
they're in such a powerful spot right now, as we are going to start to see the next shift in into phase 2 in around 15 or so seconds time. And I want to see something here from Bhadboyz Alliance. I want to see a little bit more confidence out of them. They've got such a powerful spot. You can be a little bit aggressive off this sort of radio tower area as well, because you've got so much coverage over the map. And we mentioned, are we going to see the likes of eArena try and hold this bridge? They do just that. It's going to be SGD.
Beautiful.
That's going to be a team wipe. That is fantastic for the side of eArena. That is how you play a bridge.
Yeah, but also, that's not how you rotate into Military Island in phase 1. Are you actually serious, ShuaiGeDui? You're already kind of in the blue anyway. Why not wait until phase 2 pops up to see where it goes? At that point, and what we've seen with that phase 2 shift going down south, eArena were less likely to kind of hang around on that bridge camp. Just really, honestly, this is very rare. Am I going to be harsh like this? Extremely city play from ShuaiGeDui. Like, they're so much better than that. That decision making is incredibly poor.
Yeah, got to say, a little bit of maybe a mix up in the comms, or not too sure what the IGL was playing at there, but that's a rookie mistake. I mean, myself, I'm not much of a professional PUBG player. I can say myself, I have got my fair few hours in the game and knowledge from casting, but even I know not to do something like that. But one team I want to highlight in terms of the rotation side of things is the side of Team BLISS. They've got themselves set up relatively nice towards the coastline. You have got the side of Colony there, who have got a bit of a 2-1-1 split going on right now as well. But these two teams, Colony and Team BLISS, they're looking in a very decent spot along this coastline. And well, for the side of From the Future, it doesn't look like they're going to go for that third consecutive games. They've already lost 2 players, and they're fighting up against Team Extraordinaire.
And I don't hold this against Colony, because let's be fair, the phase 2 going massively down south with still a good kind of 50% water in play, it was unlikely it was going to be like that. So that phase 1 spread that they had was definitely possible. It's just Team BLISS doing what Team BLISS do best, and rotating and moving into position as a full squad is something that they benefited with this phase 2, as well as, of course, being able to catch out at least one of the Colony players and splitting them up quite nicely.
Yeah, I think one thing I like from Team BLISS is always they know when to sort of collapse and crash onto a team as quickly as possible, and they know when to sort of take engagements and when not to. I might sound like a bit of a hypocrite, because that's what we, sort of criticised them for doing in the last game and throwing
they're not
the win.
Perfect, right?
But the mistakes are always there in teams, and unfortunately, it looks like they have learnt from that mistake that they've made.
Yes.
And well, they've now got themselves a fantastic spot. Likewise, PMA, really. These 3 teams, Colony, PMA, and Team BLISS, all around this coastline, they're looking in a good spot. Kingslayer not too bad over towards the western side as well, but still Fury. We mentioned this sort of military-based drop spot. They're not looking too confident right now, as they are down to 3 remaining players. They have got Myth from the Future, the team of Expendables, Bao Nam United, and BBA, and even EA into that mix, all that could contest them relatively soon. And you mentioned you would like to have seen them probably try and change things up, and well, they've not put themselves in the best of situations.
they benefited from the phase 2 shift because it went really far away from the compound that they held onto, so way less focus on where they were. They repositioned in a very good way, so I gotta give them credit for turning that around in the right way, 150%. And they now have a 2-1 spread. They'd already lost a player, so there's nothing they can do about that. They've just been able to sustain and reposition in a very valuable way, taking advantage of this phase 2 shift. As far as I know, PMA did make a rotation on phase 1 and went to that kind of western coastline, ending up in the docks area of the military island. IMP did go for a car in a bit of a risky move in the previous phase, but it's worked out. They have a vehicle on board as phase 3 has continued to stay on that coastline, but still a heavier northern shift on that mainland.
Yeah, and I think this might play an advantage to the likes of BBA, for example, and even Kingslayer, who are looking very nice over towards the northeastern sort of side of this zone. And, well, for the side of eArena, you are going to have to try and edge yourself in towards through this military base, but, you know, you've got the likes of From the Future and Fury there, lying in a wait, and even the squad of Made in Thailand, they've got such a good spot here as well. They've got to try and edge themselves closer into that phase also. But yeah, I think this coastline is definitely going to be a story and a storyline we need to keep an eye on throughout the rest of the phase shifts. It wouldn't surprise me if we start to see these teams start to rotate slightly further down into sort of that crevice and sort of cove area if it continues to shift towards the eastern side even more. But for these teams right now, what is going to be the dictating factor here in terms of how they can go about trying to win this game?
Well, it's about just kind of putting themselves in a position where they're able to react to the circle in a bit of a stronger way, so not committing yourself too heavily. Of course, be proactive, such as Division X are doing, getting in behind, positive mental attitude. But of course, that phase 4 could once again shift in a much different direction, or it could go back towards the water in a bigger way. So it's something that these teams have to be prepared for. I really like the rotation from eArena. It's a bit short form. It's not as much of a long-term rotation, but I do appreciate it considering the circle shifts we've had. I think Made in Thailand have been playing extremely well, and positive mental attitude. Maybe they spent a little bit too much time thinking about what was in front of them, and they allowed the Division X to come in from behind and put them under a lot of pressure. Yeah,
well, that's the issue that I think both PMA and Colony have, right? It's not like the side of BLISS. They don't really have to worry about too much what's in front of them. They kind of got control of that. But for the side of Colony and the side of PMA, they're now stuck behind, you know, a team at least each side of them, because they are so worried about what is happening so close to them. As I say, that it is going to be Namshao who drops DXG. That's the player of Logfi. Is going to find the shots on to Dreams, and, well, we're going to start to see the kill feed light up ever so slightly here as a lot of kills are being traded back and forth. And that all comes down to the fact that we have now seen 4 teams stack up towards this coastline, and they're going to be constantly worried about who's either side of them.
NRX doing NRX things, let's be fair, and just kind of rotating desperately. It's only phase 3. There's absolutely no need for you to pull that off. Just wait until the next phase pops up. I sometimes I really wonder why these teams make that kind of play. Even without knowing, you know, what's in front of you, you just take a step back and go, okay, we don't need to go for that Hail Mary play. It's only phase 4. We're only 16 minutes into the game. The phase 4 has popped up, and it is a pretty big shift away from that coastline. Only a tiny, tiny tip is inside on the southern edge, where it's all mainland in the military base and the radio tower in play.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at the position of BBA here, right? On the radio tower, they're in such a great spot, and they can just really lay down shots from above on top of that big hill of the radio tower. But it wouldn't surprise me if we start to see a few teams try and edge their way around and take that spot off of them. But it's such a hard position to try and take, right? And try and aggress up towards, because you have such a height advantage. And, well, for the side of Colony, they are going to lose 2 players. They are going to lose a player each in DXG and Colony. It was the squad of Made in Thailand there. Pete drops. It's all up to Botany. He falls as well. PMA, see you later. DXG, clean house.
They do need Made in Thailand as well, getting a kill onto one of the Colony players. One thing that I love about Made in Thailand and how they have improved throughout this tournament is that they're playing with a lot more purpose around their rotations, right? They're not kind of going for a position because, they hope that it works to go for a position of, we think it will work, and even if it initially doesn't, we are going to make it work by being proactive, by working as a team in a strong way. So I really love how Myth are executing some fantastic positions across the board, while eArena take a couple of shots on towards the members of Fury, but is traded as he's put down to 3 health.
Yeah, not looking the best of situations as well. Neither's KM 99 now as it does get tagged up, but we can start to see some of these teams edging their way into the zone. It looks like the side of Team Bliss, well, they've elected to try and edge into that narrow tip of the coastline that you mentioned, but they are going to have to try and play alongside that road and cross it ever so slightly soon. That's why the Kingslayer, they've continued to come in from the western or the eastern side, sorry, should I say, over towards the west. It's still that big scrap between Bao Nam United, eArena, Fury from the future. They've all sort of had this engagement brewing for a while now, and it's only going to be a matter of time before it comes, you know, to a foothead. And well, for the side of Fury, they've very much got the numbers disadvantage, and they're in an awful spot here.
Division X go down in the end between the blue and I think the rest of Colony being able to suppress them in the right way, even as a duo. So that's Division X out of there. What I like about eArena, though, if you notice, they have a 2-2 split, by the way. They have Lyrics and Sapniks on that hill to the north, right? So, yeah, okay, KM99 and Sissy aren't in the best of position. I don't think they can move away, but by Sapniks and Lyrics kind of being proactive and splitting up in the right way on the previous phase, that did allow them to at least move away and have the off angle across the board. But I don't think a lot of these teams could ask for a worse circle shift, because there's so little around in cover that it makes it so much harder. Luckily for Kingslayer, they're probably the team that's in the best position, bar Team Bliss taking them out.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a pivotal engagement that we see, and well, here we go. We're going to start to see it sooner rather than later, as Monty's going to find the first shots onto those Kingslayer players, but absolute ruthless aggression out of KSR from the shots.
I don't know why he didn't throw an aid to begin with and then take shots.
Yeah, it would have made a lot more sense for sure, but well, for Fury, they are going to unfortunately bow out here as Yakika Macau and Ronan are dropped. That was Myth from the side of Bao Nam combining. Rain's going to find the trade on the nade to Jason, and well, this engagement got a little bit more interesting as that red's going to come through. The full kill comes through for Team Bliss, and well, for the side of Kingslayer, you got to say, we had the numbers advantage early on. We can't allow... Oh, no, Monty does actually die. Monty does die. It's going to be that player from Colony to clean him off. I think it was Killer, but so that's huge there for both Colony and Kingslayer.
Yeah, a tiny bit of a mistake made initially from Team Bliss. Up and taking the shots. I understand the peak fire shots that he did have to his control, but before they can even go anywhere near the members of Kingslayers, they have to worry about and take out the last player of Colony. Rain is going, pushing a little bit forward on his own, doesn't spot that player behind the tree. Shani Yi Kwan comes in, picks off Rain, and down he goes. Yeah, and what I love here is the fact that Janiquan is just absolutely fragging, but not only that, they've actually sent one player, Jagger, to try and get control of that main road as well, and be that player that's really locking down the line of sight towards that lone player from Colony Killer. And should anyone from Team Bliss try to sort of wrap around and get a different angle, but well, yeah, the side of Blitz, they have fallen, and it's all up to Killer to try and slay the Kings. But well, I think God XP and his squad are probably slightly too good for that. It's probably a matter of time before Killer drops here as he hops into the car. The spray is going to come through, and well, just easy as you like, he's going to fall. But on the other side of things, eArena, they're starting to engage Bao Nam. They are indeed. They come in, they are able to execute one of the players from Bao Nam at least towards the initial knock, but they're in between Bao Nam and Bhadboyz Alliance. They aren't being put massively under pressure by Bhadboyz Alliance, to be fair, but it is that tricky position where a couple of nades rolling down the hill could see 3 of the eArena players being taken out. So I'm a bit worried about them coming into this next phase. It does shift down south. That should allow eArena to avoid Bhadboyz, who will opt to play on that kind of northeastern side where Astro Boy is already carving the anchor position in for his side.
Yeah, I like this a lot from Bhadboyz Alliance. Got to say, they're a team that we sort of put under a bit of scrutiny at times, and
For
not
sure.
so much flames, but been a little bit
Justifiably.
harsh. And they've been playing very, very well thus far. I think they played the rotations perfectly. They have got the squad of made in Thailand to try and deal with, though, who have got a fantastic spot themselves. But well, from the future, that so the Romanian player Broken Hearts is gonna find one. Zest actually ends up killing his teammate, and although from the future are eliminated, all of a sudden it's down to the lone Romanian player from Bao Nam United as they've completely collapsed.
Yeah, it's gone a little bit horribly wrong as Myth are pushing in towards Bhadboyz Alliance. Well, not so much pushing in, but Bhadboyz Alliance are kind of walking in to the line of fire. What is knocked, but should get revived up. eArena might find a bit of an opportunity to third party this beautiful fight that's in play. All the while, Kingslayer is down on the south side of the circle. Yes, they technically have to cross the road, or they might have to cross the road in the next circle, but they can just wait. Out of sight, out of mind for the rest of the teams to pick each other off, and they can clean it up.
I love what eArena have done. I absolutely love it. They sent 3 players in the vehicle to go towards the center of the zone, and they've just allowed Satnix to be that player that plays outside of it on his own, and he's going to be sort of that back line set of defense, or should I say offense at times, a bit of both, as he's going to really lay down the shots from a distance. And I like this a lot from eArena here. Satnix, if he can get control of this northern side of the zone, he can be a real thorn in the back of both Bhadboyz Alliance and the squad of made in Thailand. You'd got to think, though, if a few nades come through either way, we could see a few players start to fall.
Kingslayers have sent one player across the road in anticipation for this next circle, to give him credit for that. Can't sniff it. Myth are in the dead center, but they have eArena, Bhadboyz Alliance, the last player of Bao Nam, and of course Kingslayers around them, so it's going to be easier said than done for them to control this area. Luckily, a good few rocks and dips that they're able to call their own. Genie Yiquan was pivotal in them taking out the final players of Team Bliss down on the south edge of this circle, and they're certainly looking a lot stronger than they were in the first couple of days of matches, so I got to give them a lot of props for that. Talked about it already, even in today's matches so far. eArena, they got one chicken dinner yesterday. Can they follow it up with a second?
Yeah, looking very good to do so. And it's again that player Sapnix, who was the last, if you remember, he was him who made the play in that 4 versus 4, lurking and being a little bit further back, as we're not too sure what's happened here. We do apologize for this, guys, as hopefully it's just an issue on our end and opposed to the actual players, as we were very much in for a bit of a treat. But yeah, Sapnix, we mentioned it was yesterday him who was the player who sort of lurked back towards the back of the ridge area when they were taking the 4 versus 4 against SGD, and he seems to play that role fantastically well.
He does indeed. We are just gonna be waiting for a bit of a update on what the situation is production-wise with regards to the network situation of the observers and the host running this game. Hopefully we'll be able to find out what is going on soon enough. eArena, as I said, they've played these circles extremely well. They've played their position We are, yeah, indeed. Apologies. One of those things that can't happen. Everybody was affected. You know, I've been there, done that, got the t-shirt with my electricity or even just my internet. It is what it is. Now, we did when it ended and everything went kind of bleh. We were at the end game of the previous game. We didn't know who won. We didn't see who won, but we did find out. I have to say, John, it was my boys, eArena. They came out on top. They came out on top. They got the chicken dinner. I don't know how in the military island finish, but they got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, they got it done eventually, so cannot complain. It's definitely shook the standings up, to say the least, which we are going to show you guys in a few moments' time. But we actually mentioned, we spoke about it before we saw sort of our side of things get kicked out of the game, which again we do apologize for. eArena looked like they played that sort of end phase rotation very, very well. They operated for a 2-2 split where they let two of their players, I think it was KM9 and one of their other players, sort of fight the team of Fury. And Satnix, yeah, sorry. They sort of just let them sort of be a bit slow and dependent on their own, fight a few teams. And then you saw Satnix actually end up being that solo player left outside of the circle while the three other players operated as that anchor inside of the zone. And it looked like they was in a great spot. Obviously, they must have been, because, you know, I'm just trying to think through in my head the situations that would have happened. It would have probably been eArena pushing onto the squad of BBA and Made in Thailand to occupy the sort of Ridgeland maybe. But it's all if, buts and maybes. But that set us up for a fantastic match number 15 here now on Miramar Imperium.
It really has. I thought we were going to go to the leaderboard before this game, but it seems like that's not going to be the case. We're getting straight into this Miramar game, which, you know what? That's fair enough. I can respect, because we've waited a bit of time. Why not just get into the thick of the action? Verbally, we can tell you that Team BLISS have moved back into first place because they got one extra kill point then from the future in that previous game. So there's one kill point dividing those two teams. And eArena have shot up to third place, overtaking ShuaiGeDui and Expendables off the back of their second chicken dinner. They're on 73 kill points.
Yeah, so looking very, very solid indeed across the board, as we do see this playing path operate from the southeastern side of the map all the way across to the northwest. So probably a pretty much perfect playing path there for these teams. They're all going to be able to get to their designated drop spots and locations relatively easy. And, well, this has set things up very nicely now that eArena have put a bit of a spanner in the works by throwing that second chicken dinner on the board. And I'm not going to lie to you, Imperium, your prediction is starting. You know what, my friend? It's actually starting to look like you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. It's great. That's a fantastic bluff of being a commentator sometimes, is that sometimes things go your way and you actually look intelligent. But yeah, I'm really happy to see the evolution of eArena across this tournament so far, and they definitely deserve that second chicken dinner, of course. Made in Thailand, we're in an opportunity when we were in that previous game of grabbing a win. It didn't work out for them, but I think they've made big improvements compared to yesterday's lackluster 4 games and are looking a lot stronger across the board. While the Expendables now going to start joining back up and get looting in towards this area of the map.
Yeah, we are going to head into pretty much the early stages of this game here, as these not much in terms of contention early on as we look at the drop spots. Los Leones, no surprise that the likes of Fury are over there. We see them and DK sort of fight off a few times off spawn here throughout the board every time we've seen the map. Miramar, you've got, other than that, a lot of the teams are quite heavily split out and occupying their own area in eArena, operating that lovely split that we've seen them often do off of the plane drops so early on. And well, that phase looks like it shifted over towards the east.
Yeah, it is on towards the northeastern side. And I think the majority of these Miramar circles have been on the eastern side of the map. This is clearly a lot easier compared to the first Miramar game of the day, because it is pretty much all mainland. Just a teeny tiny percentage of that area is in the water, but for the most part, I'm looking at El Azhar Hills as kind of a real good point to hold on to. You got the Minas Generales. Northern Hills Junkyard is also a really good spot to hold on to on this phase one, albeit it is quite deep inside the circle, so going there early you could end up getting pinched up. So something to think about, as Kingslayers has no idea that Niall from Team Extraordinaire is there. The shots come out, the knock is executed.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff there from Niall. Was a good XP, unfortunately. Is going to be forced to sit this one out early on, as he's one of the first few players in the lobby to drop out of the game. And, well, for them two teams, they're towards the bottom of the leaderboards anyway. I don't think they're looking in the best of spots, really, to try and pick up any chicken dinners anyway, so not too much to worry about. But the side of DK, how many times have we seen SATU in particular do this? He really likes to try and take early on isolated 1v1s.
Just that kind of solo push has to be carefully executed. There's very little cover. There's zero cover in between the hay bale and the side of that building, so the timing is going to be absolutely impeccable if you're going to pull off that 1v1. The good thing is that, oh, there you go, he's going to push in, use the fact that the vehicle is being utilized by Akan DKS, but he has absolutely no idea. Stabbed in the back, knocked out, confirmed, and Zaishu says, I see you, goodbye to you.
Yeah, Icon been caught with his pants down ever so slightly there, as again we see the isolated 1v1s come into favour of DK quite a few times.
Absolutely brilliant. It's just something you love to see, and Zaishu has proven that he can be a little bit of a master with those 1v1s. Division X now starting to make their way through this map and get a bit of a starting point as IQ 500, looking for the 500 IQ position.
Yeah, that's a fantastic play there from Zyke. We see it a few times, right, from the DK, sorry. They're a team that like to take those isolated 1v1s, and it seems to have worked and paid dividend this time, but made in Thailand, they're a team that do like to get the early rotations going in, and within 4 or 5 minutes here, they've started to get their Hot Wheels rolling and get over towards where they want to try and set up. And
Hot Wheels. Did you play with Hot Wheels when
I used to?
Younger,
I know I'm a very young esports caster at the age of 23, but Hot Wheels, Tech Decks, you name it, we had them all.
Oh, Tech Decks! Oh, dude, I remember collecting Tech Decks.
I think I'm probably the only skater boy in terms of dress sense that the only skateboard I can drive or ride is a Tech Deck.
Oh man, dude, like, oh, could you do actual tricks with them?
Yeah, I used to be able to like ollie with it and kickflip and stuff with a Tech Deck. Like,
legend.
I remember when my uncle first got Tech Decks. Like he taught me, and he was absolutely nuts. And I was like, I aspire to be this talented, but I never was. So I thought, why not talk over video games instead?
Oh man, the nostalgia is real. It's just like it's shot to the veins, right? For me, I'm like, that good old nostalgia. I love it when you were young and things were so much more innocent and you had less worries, less stress, less responsibility, and man, those are the good days. Those are the good days.
Indeed, now I get the majority of my stress from online games like PUBG, but well, a bit of stress for the side of Bao Nam, as God Ace is gonna fall early on. It was Broken Hearts who finds that. And you know what? We mention all the time that splitting early on is quite important. As Zest fans, a fantastic headshot there onto Broken Hearts. But I think what Bao Nam do is they oversplit too much. And they get isolated in 1v1s or 2v2s or even 2v4s. And I feel like the side of Bao Nam need to just go back to basics and maybe play a little bit more like a team at the moment, as well, they are going to lose one player early on, even though the knock for knock comes through.
Yeah, and even like their IGL still being on Picado Hill makes kind of zero sense in my eyes overall, and he is the IGL, so if anything, he should be want to an extent scouting forward. Zest does take a couple of shots towards from the future up toward the side of the hill, and why would you? Yeah, that is really weird play from Bao Nam, like really weird. Really, really weird. I don't really have any words to describe what they're doing, because it is so far out from strong competitive playing that, yeah, it really surprised me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe we mentioned and coming into this, right, them and the likes of Fury, they're already playing in PGC. They might try to play a little bit of a different style of play and try a few new things, but it's clearly not working here against, you know, not to discredit any of these teams here, but they're obviously not the best of the best in the world, just because they're not playing in PGC, for example. But it's clearly not working against the likes of these teams. So what would make them think it's going to work against some of the bigger names in the PUBG industry? But listen, you live and you learn, and unfortunately for them, they got a lot more learning to do.
Yeah, 110%. 110%. They do still have two players up, but Simon T does look to be pushing a little bit more on his own. His teammate Youngboy is inside Minas Generalis, so he's in no real position to provide massive support. But as he looks to maybe edge close to the sea, that cover might be there. Simon T does back off just a little bit. Teams are starting to converge in. Division X Gaming has a lovely spread, but it's a big spread considering where they are, because they have one near that kind of North El Azhar Hill, one in Junkyard, and then kind of two are a little bit closer by on that more eastern side of the map. I appreciate it, but right now they have Myth are kind of splitting that 2-2 in a big way, so I would like to see them, especially as Phase 1 is closing in quite soon, think about really where they want to go on Phase 2, execute that rotation quickly, and get a little bit closer together.
Yeah, well, we are going to see that Phase 2 pop in just around 20-odd seconds' time, and then we'll start to see a bit of a better sort of read on the game as to where this zone might start to centre towards. There's still a lot of open land to play with. Simon T, though, looks like he's going to try and engage the squad from the future over towards this compounders. I mean, is it one of those things where they're trying to practice like sort of clutch situations in like 1v3, 1v2s? Maybe that's what they're trying to do. It looks certainly looks that way, which you can't can't flame or disagree with what they want to do and get that practice in. But well, there's Phase 2. It has shifted over towards the eastern side. Impala and Lebanita, both just inside of the zone. You've got Junkyard up towards the northern side as well. But you look at the likes of eArena, for example. They're set up in a very, very nice spot over towards this sort of ridge mountain area on the coastline and operating that road.
Yeah, and that's where Division X's split was pretty healthy, but they do need to be aware that right now it's 2-2, and two of their players, Neil and G. Gakan, are much further away. So you don't want to over-engage this fight against BBA. You do want to pick off a couple of shots, so you suppress them a little bit. Don't overextend yourselves for the time being. Colony came in from behind. They came through El Azhar, so they were able to obviously take a couple of shots towards the two players of Division X disengaging away. But again, I respect that from Division X. Seems like they know what they want to do, where they wanted to go, and that Phase 2 is going to favor them.
Yeah, but the XG, one of the teams we mentioned that started off so well, our first ever winners in terms of chicken dinners in the event, but since then started to slow the pace down. But they are set up in a very nice spot here in terms of making themselves potentially look for the second. As these zones start to move on, though, are you looking at those teams that are sort of hugging the edge of the blue to try and make an impact late on? Because that's a theme that we've seen be quite successful so far. Obviously, eArena last game, it was very successful on. You know, even the game before, which from the future one, we saw like a late sort of rotate out from hugging the back of the blue as the blue come in. You know, we mentioned that us as casters and analysts time and time again, try and rotate, get yourself set up relatively early. But so far, it seems like that late rotation has somewhat paid off most of the time.
It's if a late rotation is executed based on information gathered throughout that circle, yes, it's perfect. But the late rotation that doesn't work out is the late rotation that comes in without any information and is a little bit more direct. If that late rotation is a tiny bit variable in terms of like you're hugging a bit more of the edge, that can work out because you're able to divert away and you're only maybe being put under risk by one team, maximum two teams on that late rotation. So it's all about the timing, where it is in the map, and how confident you are based on information of pulling that off. I really like SGD's position. It's a bit of an early commitment on phase 2, but it's by that roadside where you have a big deep either side. It's essentially like a main road valley, where you're able to peek up and shoot. Again, phase 2 is a bit of an early circle to commit to it, but I do appreciate it.
Yeah, it's the whole saying of like high risk comes high reward, right? As it looks like SGD are going to try and set up there slightly early, but well, there you go. It looks like it has somewhat paid off as that shift comes in, and they're still very much set up relatively nicely. I'm looking at the squads of Made in Thailand though, and even PMA, who I've got to say, you know what, PMA, they've somewhat impressed me over the past day or so. They seem to have got their rotations and set up points relatively well. They've got a nice sort of dip and a ridge line to work with on that mountain just at the bottom of Made in Thailand. So very impressive stuff from them. And well, for the side of SGD, they spot the links of Kingslayer and they want to try and pick up a few more kills.
I think everybody in this lobby, every one of these teams have improved and adapted in a good way against each other, to the point where there's a little bit less consistency now on what teams we're seeing in the top 4, top 5 of each game, right? And that's what makes this tournament so exciting, and a 6-day tournament more exciting, more so than, let's say, a 2 or 3 day tournament, right? Because you see that evolution on board. DK Zaishu, you see him pulling on his own. He's going to go into the arms of Kingslayer, but he is supported by the rest of his team, and that's where Jason has to back away. Not today. Sexy Lady comes in from behind, gets a knock on the Xiaoxi, and that's going to be absolutely beautiful for Kingslayer.
Yeah, he's going to beat DK. Can't fight fire with fire, unfortunately, as SATU just falls short in the last engagement as, well, Jagger's going to pick that up. The 2 revives that should come through, or will they? They don't as well. It's going to be your kicker, my cows. He finds one shit and it's going to be knocked to the hands of Irenic, and, well, for the side of NRX, they can't get too aggressive here as they are just on the outskirts of that zone. But as I say that, they're going to be getting laid down shots from both SGD and eArena.
Yes, but I will give credit to NRX because they normally on phase 3 will like full send it into the kind of middle of the circle somewhat blinding, whereas at least they are playing on that more edge of circle position, which is obviously more variable. They can rotate to that southern edge if they want to from where they are in Impala. So I do respect that change from them across the board as PMA are trying to deal with ShuaiGeDui, but that isn't going to be the case despite a knock being executed. Dreams is returned on very quickly.
Yeah, but the HP advantage, oh, what a nade that is as well by Namshao to drop Shen, and Upshen drops to Pete as well, and it's all up to Jervis to the side of SGD as he's got the duo of Botany and Pete to try and contest with. But oh, look at this from Colony. Does that look, I think, is it Momonji? It looked like he was going to go for a crash over towards the side of PMA and SGD here, and I'm surprised we've not seen a team try and take this compound area off of them. Surely they got to be counting how many players are left alive for either side here, and this could be sort of 3 pickings for them, but little too late as well. Botley finds the kill onto Teddy and Jervis. They're going to drop, and PMA, they live to see another daydream, should be revived. And for the side of PMA, I mentioned I like the way they're playing at the moment, and they seem to be playing quite confidently.
Yeah, but look at this from NRX. Nicel coming in, kind of, you know, doing a bit of scouting. Now the rest of the team are going to follow suit from Palace. This kind of like adoption, this adaptability from NRX is exciting to see. We're looking in towards Fury, who are on that eastern side near the compound that is very nicely positioned inside this phase 3. A couple of shots from Colony and eArena on towards NRX, but luckily for them, even though they only started as a 3-person team, they are all still alive. Team Extraordinaire, they're going for Kingslayers.
Yeah, like this a lot. They needed to try and isolate a few players and take hold of the compounds, and well, it looks like the squad of Kingslayer might be the ones that pay the price, but they can't forget though they have got the side of Team Bliss over, who find 1, find 2, and it's gonna be Monty and his duo trying to find a few more kills, and what looked like a good crash and aggressive standpoint from the side of Team Extraordinaires, all falling apart as well. The side of Bliss, they had some other ideas.
Yeah, Kingslayer, I can appreciate them pushing in, but that kind of third party more than anything is what can massively hurt is Division X come in to try and battle in towards the eastern edge of the circle. You have BBA, Bhadboyz Alliance rocking it up. PMA coming in on towards the fold, but that is beautiful. IQ 500 play to finish eArena off, the winners of the previous game. They go down, they're bowed out in 14th.
Yep, disappointment from them, you'd probably say, as they wanted to try and come into this one with a little bit more confidence flowing. There is 2 players from... Oh, that need should finish them both off, surely. Oh, well, there you go. It's going to be 1. The second need surely finishes the other player off, and it does. That's great.
Yeah.
Great util usage out of IQ 500. Living up to his name, some would say, as he finds the double kill with the nades. But unfortunately for him, no, he is left alive on his own.
And if you look, he was very close to going for the revive onto Neil, but he knew, wait, they're getting the revive themselves. I'm going to be stuck in the shack. A simple Molotov, we're both dead. I need to go for these kills. It's not that kind of Hail Mary, I'm going to win the gameplay, but it is surviving, grabbing more kills today. That was really good for Division X.
Yeah, but what's great right now is the side of Fury is they've dropped 2, make it 3 players from the side of the Expendables, and well, that's going to be them bowed out, and 6 kills on the board for Fury. They're looking good here as we take a little look at the where our phases have started to move towards, and Bliss looking very comfortable in their compound that they're set up in. Myth just got slightly edged their way in as well, and for Fury, they might be the team that come up and start to play that slower pace style of play, edging in slightly later.
They can go for that road position, right? That position that I talked about, which is viable. I questioned it on phase 2 from ShuaiGeDui, and they moved away from it on the next circle, shifting up. But it is the kind of position where you can play. NRX Nicel is going to be taking out PMA, dealing with them absolutely wonderfully. But the IQ 500 movement, that backstab is possible.
Yep, very possible. We'll have to wait and see how it starts to play out here as we are into phase number 5 or so seconds before that blue starts to force these players that ever much so closer together. Well, Arenic is going to force in the hands of Pete. Jagger drops as well, so 2 more teams eliminated. We're down to our 7 remaining teams, 22 alive here, and you've got to be looking at the likes of Team Bliss, Myth, Fury with the heavy numbers advantage available. Just a duo for Bao Nam left for them, and how are these teams going to be going about playing this next phase here? Because although we've still got quite a big phase, there is a lot of open ground, especially in that northeastern side.
It's very flat terrain, and you got the volatility of either very hard cover or very small, low cover, which holds a lot of risks. And if you haven't got a lot of vehicles to play with, it can be quite tricky. Right now, the 3 teams in the best position are the Team Extraordinaire, Team Bliss, and Myth. Fury aren't looking too bad because they have a couple of people inside the circle already, and they're able to do a decent bit of damage from the western side. Bao Nam bow out. they're going to be picked off quite nicely. 6 teams, they have 20 players.
Yeah, well, we do see one knock come through from Fury. You mentioned, are they going to try and play that backstabber type of role? And it looks like they were, as one of the players from PMA are going to have that elimination come through. They're down to 2 remaining people, and okay, it looks like Made in Thailand. For a second, I thought after Jacob tagged that player up, he was going to try and go for a bit of an aggressive standpoint towards him. Elects to just reposition that vehicle. And what the side of Made in Thailand, they're in a very good spot here. I think it will come down to the in which way that phase starts to shift in around 20 odd seconds time. And I mean, if DXG, PMA, 1 or so players left alive, you're not looking in the best of situations right now. So this whole eastern side of the phase here, this is very much open up for grabs.
Yeah, no, it's dead though, because like you look at Myth got a knock onto PMA. That's from the north to the southeast, right? That's how flat and barren that land is on the eastern side, which is why it's so volatile for Division X and PMA to try to enter. The fact that it's shifted over towards the southwest is actually quite good for them, because they're going to be less focused, that area of the map, on the eastern side. Plus Myth need to think about where we want to go and how we need to enter this circle. Team Bliss do have a 2-2 spread, but 2 are inside the circle, 2 are outside the circle.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit hard here for the side of both Team Bliss and Myth. I think they're going to get caught in somewhat of a team fight eventually, and I think if you're the side of Myth, you've got to try and deal with those 2 Bliss players on just the outside of the zone and then try and work your way in from there. But Team Fury, though, the fact that that zone has started to move towards the southwest, you mentioned that you could sort of play in that dip towards the bottom of the road as well, and that looks like what they might potentially be trying to do. But here we go. We mentioned I would like to see the fact that Team Made in Thailand try and push over towards Team Bliss and find a few kills if possible. And well, that looks like it's yeah, I like that a lot. But Esquilija is gonna get tagged up heavily. Rain falls, but Floods. Oh, he's actually put a molly on his teammate. He's put a molly on his teammate, and somehow Monty finds the kill onto Thanawa as well. Jacob drops. And the side of Made in Thailand nearly the catalysts of their own downfall.
But they haven't had any players confirmed up, and they did close out those 2 players at Team Bliss. So in my eyes, that's a successful push. They're not in the circle, but they've whittled Team Bliss down to 2 players. It's exactly the kind of success that they wanted, that they kind of needed to an extent. There was a bit of a cheeky third party, I believe, from Fury down on that southwest side, but Monty and Textile, 2 players left up for the side of Team Bliss. No better man to carry Team Bliss into this late game than Monty. Leader of the pack. His back is sore, but his team are helping him as much as they can, as the Smokes are doing everything they can to allow Myth to enter in to the edge of the circle.
Yeah, not only that, you still got to try and put that revive through as well, which should come through pretty much free of charge. Or, well, as I say, that Duckman's is gonna be dropped. And for the side of Fury here, you're looking at yourselves to be the annoying team that are just laying shots down from a distance, and well, Flood's doing just that. I know what drops as well, and what was a fantastic push onto those 2 players to try and isolate them from the side of Myth. I think they've been caught in a bit of a crossfire here between Fury and Team Bliss, and well, they've just dropped down to 2 remaining players as well. But Team Extraordinaire and Fury are both looking wonderful. Perfect. The wipe comes through from Made in Thailand, but I would like to have seen that a little bit quicker.
But it was tough because they were also getting third-partied by Fury. Honestly, I couldn't have asked for a better, more successful push across the board for Myth, because they took out 2 players and kept themselves up as a full squad of Team Bliss. Therefore, they had that 4v2. They could technically afford to lose 2 players. They had the smoke wall created across the road. Yes, Duckman's was maybe a little bit aggressive on his positioning and ended up getting knocked. But after that, it was only 1 other player that went down. And considering Fury were third party, honestly, that was pretty incredible by Myth. Pretty.
Yeah, Fury now going to turn their attentions to the solo player of PMA. That is Botany. Should be a relatively easy closeout on that kill, as well as we have our 5 remaining teams left alive in our penultimate game of the day. And, well, for the side of Fury, I don't want to say it again, but they're in a great spot here to try and put that first
Don't
chicken
say it, man.
dinner
Don't say it,
on
man. Don't
the
say it,
board.
man.
But they have got, though, you've got to mention, they have got Team Extraordinaire in a great spot set up already, very much with inside that phase already. Jacob is going to fall from Myth, and it's all up to that solo player for Myth.
I'm a little bit... Actually, no, I don't know if they can play the side of the road, actually. I don't know if they can hug the very side of that road and actually go closer to Team Extraordinaire. But maybe they were worried about being third party by Myth if they did go closer to the side of that road. Playing those kind of hay bale stacks is overall the easier option. It is a little bit more short term. You can see that there's the dilapidated truck that's by the side of the road, but that's barely hard cover. And again, that's within the sight lines of Myth. So I appreciate why Fury aren't going to the side of the road.
Yeah, I think so far they've played this very much so good. It is a 4v4 versus 1. The solo player of SQ Louisa left alive for Made in Thailand. But I think here you are looking at the squad of Team Extraordinaire to probably have a slight advantage over Fury right now. But again, we are going to see that phase start to shift for the final time to phase 8. And, well, oh, that's very interesting.
Oh.
That is very interesting.
Oh, so that more kicks Team Extraordinaire in the face for sure, because they have to cross the road, and you've got Esquilegia, who is more likely to probably help Fury than help Team Extraordinaire. But you can see with the smokes being thrown out by Fury, they do want to get a bit of an early anchor point into the edge of the circle against Team Extraordinaire. They have a vehicle to play with, and they're certainly taking advantage of it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if Team Extraordinaire have got a vehicle to work with on their own, but the two players from Fury do get behind that hay barrel, I believe, and, well, this is just a battle of the long grasses.
They didn't deal with Esquilegia. You gotta know that he was there. You gotta know that he was there. I don't know why you went so deep into the circle like that.
Well, you mentioned Esquilegia might have helped out Fury slightly more than Team Extraordinaire. It looks like it's the other way around, and it's a familiar story for the side of
beautiful by Extraordinaire.
Fury. And already, as soon as this is what we've seen a lot of, right? As soon as those knocks come through, instantly we see the collapse from the team with a numbers advantage to try and initiate that third party or try and get that gap between the two teams very much more, you know, closer. And as though Papachulo does drop him, it's a 4 versus 2, and you gotta say, Team Extraordinaire, it's theirs to lose.
Like, got so much I'm gonna want to break down, but there's great reaction from Team Extraordinaire. It is 2v4, and Fury just not able to find a moment to close out this game, and it seems like their blue zone and their backs are massively against the wall of Team Extraordinaire.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them as well. Papachulo finds the first onto Insight. It's all up to Flood, and, well, that's that. And for the side of Team Extraordinaire, they're going to put their first chicken dinner on the board. And Fury, how many times that now? 3 chicken dinners they've lost in 1 versus 1s, I think, or in the top 3 situation, and it's heartbreak for them. And you've got to say, they've got to start getting it right sooner rather than later as well. For the side of Extraordinaire, they're going to be very happy. They put the chicken dinner on the board, and a very, very impressive and controlled win at that.
It was good by Team Extraordinaire because they did have a couple of teams crash on them, right? I believe kind of the majority of Division X, they had Kingslayers as well, so they did have to do a lot to protect their compound. A little bit of circle look kept them in there for an extremely long period of time, and in the end they took advantage of Fury's decision, I'll call it, and wrapped around on towards the underside and took advantage of the body advantage. Keep an eye on the kill feed was so imperative to Team Extraordinaire grabbing a hold of that end game. For Fury's point of view, I understood why they created a bit of a smoke wall and sent that vehicle across. However, don't send 2 people there. You know that risk is there, right? They knew that Esquilegia was there, right? I think that's a big part of the reason why they didn't move across the road, because there was that angle that Myth, or whether as one player or two player, had onto their side, right? So if you're going to send a player out with a vehicle and you know that he's around there, with then two teams looking in your direction, that makes it so much harder for those two players to survive, and you're just splitting your team far too much. Whereas if it was just one player, at least you would have had three players around there to stop Team Extraordinaire, and I'm pretty damn sure that Team Extraordinaire wouldn't have been so aggressive moving across the road if it was just one Fury player that got taken out.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you mentioned that solo player, right, from Made in Thailand, and one of the points you made is it probably will end up helping Fury more so than the team of Extraordinaire. It didn't unfortunately do that, as the rotation of two players just opens up the path for a kill for that solo player from Made in Thailand, and that results, of course, into the damage very much being done here. But this was a good team fight we saw between the side of SGD and PMA coming out just slightly on top of that, and I've been a little bit disappointed with SGD so far today. I feel like they've dropped out slightly sooner.
They have,
you know, than they expected to,
yeah.
And I don't know. I feel like they've got a little bit complacent, if you ask me.
I don't want to call it complacent, because let's be fair, despite them having two chicken dinners, they were, especially compared to the likes of Team Bliss and maybe eArena, they were a lot more volatile with their results. They would go from, you know, 16th in one game to either a win or a top 3 in another game to, again, a top 16. And part of that was initially down to them having those team fights in Pichiki with doubles, but still they have proven to be kind of volatile, which isn't a bad thing for chicken dinner rule, but it's more the fact that they have stopped trying to adapt to the rest of the lobby in a stronger way, and other teams are getting better and learning how to counter the likes of ShuaiGeDui in these team fights, in these circles, and they're getting drowned out because of those poor rotations.
Yeah, poor rotations indeed, and we mentioned sometimes those split-second decisions, and this here from Made in Thailand, nearly the catalyst of their downfalls. Tamori comes through and knocks two of his own teammates, but fortunately, strength in numbers are very much there, and that was the team of Bliss who unfortunately ended up falling. And, well, that win for the side of Team Extraordinaire will no doubt shake things up in terms of the standings.
Yes.
Once again, as we head into our last game here now, Imperium, what team is it that you're really looking out for, really looking forward to seeing if whether or not they can pick another chicken dinner up? Because if it's me, I think right now, if you're the side of Fury, Bao Nam, etc., you have to win one of these next games. You have to win this last game.
Yeah,
if not, you're pretty much saying to yourself, you've got to win 4 out of the 8 remaining games, which is going to be very, very hard to do. However, if you're the side of Bliss or SGD, I'm going to bank on one of those two winning the next game.
Yeah, definitely for Fury, Bao Nam, and to an extent kind of PMA, they do need to win a game, 110%. But in terms of to win another game, I definitely put it on Bliss, or even From the Future. They're the two teams that have looked kind of strongest overall across the last couple of days, and you can see that right now they're sharing the lead, the exact same chicken dinners, the exact same kills, Bliss just being on top for now.
Team Extraordinaire, though, jumps up into 7th spot with that chicken dinner, 55 kills on the board as well. Yeah, that's a very solid performance from them. Gotta say, huge shout out to them. But any of these top 9 teams right now, if they can put a chicken dinner on the board, which let's face it, all right, odds are in their favor, right? It's very unlikely we'll see the likes of Kingslayer, DK, NRX, or Bhadboyz Alliance win one of these games. So apart from Fury, Bao Nam, and you're probably the only 2 teams outside of the teams that have got a chicken dinner already that would probably win this next game. If you're any of these top 9, you're saying, we win this game, we're looking great going into the final 8 games.
Yeah, and that's the way we're talking about in terms of, because the lobby has come together in a lot bigger way, where it is a little bit more volatile on who can win. Not necessarily who's consistent, but who can win within that consistent manner. It's so much less predictable.
Yeah, definitely less predictable. But let's see if our predictions on one of the top 9s taking home another chicken dinner are right, as we are going to take a short break, guys. But when we're back, me and Imperium, we're going to be jumping into our final game of today. Match number 16 is going to be ERANGEL. finally, we are back here once again for the AOC Masters Tournament 2021. Myself and the lovely Imperium will be guiding you through this last game. We're back on to ERANGEL, and after that, well, I feel like today's been a roller coaster of a day. We've had tech issues, we've had clutch situations, we've had crazy phases, you name it. Today has had a bit of everything, but we're not going to spend too much time talking about the past. Let's talk about the future as we're jumping straight into ERANGEL.
We are indeed, and so far in today's games, we've had wins from the future, eArena and Team Extraordinaire. So let's see if we can end on another extraordinary game in the hollow grounds of ERANGEL. That playing path is pretty damn good, John. It's going from that northeast down to the southwest, pretty much split in the middle. And the question once again is, are the Expendables and ShuaiGeDui going to drop on each other in Pachinki?
I mean, I would like to say I hope not, because this is quite an important game in terms of the way things might play out. I mentioned if one of these teams that have already got a chicken dinner can put their second, third, or if not fourth, if you're the likes of BLISS, for example, then you're looking great. But, well, looks like the squad of the Expendables and SGD, they don't really care about that. They want to stick to what they know best, and that is fighting straight off spawn. Hopefully we have just as fast-paced start on this one as we did the last. 2
minutes lasted. Jesus, that's quicker than... Actually, no, I won't go there. I won't go there at all. Gotta keep it PG. But indeed, it was a very quick fight that we saw last time in ERANGEL. You can see Shen is picked up a shotgun and a Vector. Vector is a half-decent early game weapon, but it definitely needs that extended mag to really be powerful in this kind of close-range fight.
Yeah, I think especially if you're looking at the likes of trying to fight players with the likes of a helmet armor, for example, as well, it does take a little bit longer to rip through that.
It does.
Than some of the other guns in this situation. But nevertheless, I think in this early phase, with how fast-paced we see SGD and the Expendables fight each other, the majority of the time they don't have much armor available anyway. And well, for Duck, he's only got a helmet to work with and the shotgun of that as well. So yeah, these two teams, they love fighting each other on spawn, and I can't understand why.
June on that roof play once again, but like we saw, the team of ShuaiGeDui have definitely adapted that quite nicely. Look at Teddy on top of the roof close by. I think maybe this is something that the Expendables need to be a little bit more adaptable with, right? I understand they want to be on that roof play, but maybe they need to switch up the buildings they do hold onto roof-wise so that they're able to stop themselves getting countered, because right now, they're being massively pinched by a far more proactive and reactive ShuaiGeDui, but of course, an opening knock from the Expendables could shift things massively in their favor.
Yeah, well, I think it's been a little bit flip-floppy and back and forth here in terms of who's had the upper hand in most of these advantages each time.
Fair.
Well, it looks like SGD have got that player advantage thus far, so it's up to the squad of the Expendables now, as all three of them in the same building, if not probably the same room as well as the team of SGD here. They're only one, probably they are literally one chicken dinner away from reclaiming top spot. I think they've got 10 or so more kills in that department than the teams just above them from chicken dinners. So if they could have a good last game here, they're setting themselves up to go into our final 2 days worth of play in a relatively good standpoint. But for the side of Expendables, however, only that one chicken dinner on the board. A team that has impressed us, but they just can't seem to finish things off when they need to.
Shotgun blast, Shen close it in, and that's going to be the Expendables eliminated. A little bit slower of a team fight, just shy of the 4-minute mark, but definitely still strong play from ShuaiGeDui, and they can use that to their advantage. We haven't really talked about this Phase 1 circle so far. It's on that southwestern side of the map, which is nice because it feels like we were seeing a lot more kind of eastern Phase 1s, or of course the military island circles, which we've had a couple at this stage. So having it towards a Gatka and Quarter region is a little bit of a fresh take to see. Looking at the hill above Ferry Pier, north of Ferry Pier, is a position to really control the compound. Just shy north of that hill would also be pretty good. But other than that, it of course is going to create a bit more of a cluster of action and traffic on the eastern side of the map as teams will look to rotate and find a way in.
I think this is one of the first times we've actually seen the phase start to shift over towards this side of the map on
One of the first times,
yeah, I think we might have seen it once more, but it was slightly further up towards the northwestern side, just at the bottom of George Pole. But yeah,
we had the chopsticks finish game.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. That was maybe that's the game that I was thinking of, where it started there and made its way down towards chopsticks. But well, for the side of Kingslayer, they have been slain themselves as well. SATU and the squad of DK, they seem to reign supreme here, as already 2 teams dropped out very early on here within the first 5 minutes.
And one difference with DK in this game compared to others is that they fought as a team in that area, right? Compared to other games where they've kind of taken on quite a few kind of 1v1s and they can win them, that kind of team fight early on in the game, I think, is a lot more valuable to their late game result, because not only do they close out that fight quicker, they don't lose anybody, and they can then think about their rotation into the circle 1 to 2 minutes quicker. It's that domino effect that we all love to see in the world of PUBG. The quicker you are, the quicker you can move, the quicker you can react, the more focused you are throughout this whole game.
Yep, one team that definitely needs to start focusing are the squad of Fury, as they're not looking anywhere near the caliber of team that we thought they would do in terms of winning and seeing out the actual games. They've done great in terms of the kill department, but not so much in terms of winning. One team, though, that is just across the road from them that have done is the side of Colony, who, to be honest with you, I've not been overly impressed with them today. I think today's probably been one of their worst days in terms of consistency of play. I think if you think back to the first, second, and even yesterday, they were looking very, very solid, looking very consistently well. They looked like they were constantly placing good, close to winning a few more games. But today, I feel like they've just let their foot off the gas pedal ever so slightly and started to slow down. But in a game like PUBG, one game is all it takes for you to turn around and grab some momentum. So they're definitely going to be a team to look out for in the last few days.
Yeah, for sure. I agree massively. Bao Nam have rotated fairly early in this game, which I think is a little bit better to see coming out for them, especially as a full squad. It's now going to be up to how they spread themselves apart in this phase 1. It's in around this chopsticks area that they've gone, and they are dispersing quite heavily, with 2 going over to the western hill and 1 to the north chopsticks compound, 2 to kind of the south chopsticks. Sorry, 1 to the south chopsticks compound. I don't mind that spread in phase 1. Just based on what we've seen from Bao Nam, I can't help but feel a little bit agitated and worried about them getting punished in phase 2.
Yeah, and I think it's been the sort of a familiar topic that we spoke about for Bao Nam, is sometimes that early rotation, and it's just kind of cost them ever so slightly. But then again, the whole conversation of the fact that they are probably trying to try out a few things and, trial and error some stuff going into the likes of PGC. It's one of those situations where it's just not gone their way so far in the AOC Masters. But one thing that has gone the way of Colony is the first knock onto that Fury player, Waikika Macau, as the trade does come back through. Monji does eventually fall. Ronan is dropped by Electon. Well, the side of Fury and Colony, they look like they want to keep this gunfight going on a little bit longer.
For sure. Man, okay. Myth, I see what you're doing. You currently have 3 in the Pachinki Hill. You have 1 just as Quilicia just sent it into the chopsticks area. Actually, yeah. And now the rest of the players are going to look to try and push a little bit more forward. This fight between Fury and Colony is still raging on for the most part. It does seem to be in the control of Colony, as Killer is going to get absolutely shut down. Oh my lord! The drive-by from Fury. No fear, just fight from inside and flood.
Yeah, this is it's the style of play that I do think suits Fury very well, but this is the flip side to that coin, as if you do drive past, sometimes it can be easier probably to tag you coming out of a car than if you would be to just be normally running across a field, for example. And it's all up to Flood once again for his team. You mentioned that he was leading the way in terms of the kill department, but Not going to be leading the way in terms of the health department, as he's very, very low. Another bullet will finish him off. There you go. That's the kill. That's the elimination. The confirmation on Fury. They're not going to win a game, at least within the first 16 of this event, and that just leaves their tournament hopes really in tatters.
Yeah, it kind of does. I don't know whether they should have even headed towards that western bridge. Maybe an eastern bridge would have been a little bit more advisable. Either way, that's for them to converse and talk about and evolve on coming into tomorrow's 4 matches. The phase 2 has gone up towards the northwest, so out of the water, pretty much out of the military island. But there's a lot of open fields in play. Pachinki Hill is still an area for Mitch to try and hold down. ShuaiGeDui are going to be rotating around there, taking the fight against Bao Nam. 2 giants fighting up against each other, but it's ShuaiGeDui that's going to come out on top. Jervis is going to get knocked, but Cester's returned, and ShuaiGeDui, they only have Simon T. Sorry, Bao Nam, they only have Simon T left up.
Yeah, I think the revive's going to come in from Teddy onto Jervis as well, and that's what you needed for the side of SGD, but that's not what you needed for the side of Bao Nam. And, well, the 2 top dogs coming into this one, Fury and Bao Nam, are really, really struggling. And, I mean, you just look at Fury, 83 kills. Imperium, but not a single win to their name, and that's the type of situation where you got to say, got to be better. We got to be better than it. It doesn't matter how many kills we get. It doesn't matter how many people we kill in the lobby. If you can't win a game, you can't win the event. And unfortunately, that's the harsh reality of the chicken dinner rule. But SGD though, they're looking very, very good here. They're confident to obviously take down Bao Nam in that early engagement.
Really good from ShuaiGeDui, and Bao Nam. Look, it's one of those things where it's unfortunate where 2 teams rotating at the same time towards the same area from 2 different directions. But I would argue Bao Nam weren't in a position where they needed to rotate like that. And they were looking to have a spread in phase 1. They could have stayed where 2 of the players were in around the south of Chopsticks area for phase 2 and played a little bit more calculatively, whereas they went for a bit of a deeper rotation. I think ShuaiGeDui were rotating a bit better as a full squad together. Obviously got there a little bit earlier, and Bao Nam paid the price. I don't want to put too much criticism towards Bao Nam in that fight, in that situation, because it's one of those things that can happen, but maybe a little bit more intelligent on whether you should actually rotate in the future could be more beneficial for them.
We'll have to wait and see if they can live and learn from their mistakes going into tomorrow's games. But one team that has actually very impressed me today is from the future. They very, very impressed me today. I think, in particular, the win that they got earlier on in terms of the rotation and the slow play towards the end of the blue. I think they've consistently been inside sort of like the top 6, top 7 today. A few instances where they were probably unfortunate to lose a few players in sort of 3 or 4 way team fights. That game earlier on Miramar, I think it might have been the last game actually that we saw ERANGEL win, where they were set up quite well and there was like a sort of a 3 or 4 party type of engagement between multiple teams, and they lost 2 or 3 players. But yeah, definitely been impressed with the squad from the future. Another team that has actually quite swept under the radar in terms of impressing me today. It's probably made in Thailand as well. I've been quite impressed with them. I think that, you know, you mentioned earlier on that game with Miramar, just saw the collapse and the crash onto the team of BLISS, a very strategical play. They were unfortunate that it was just left to the solo player alive in that last one. But yeah, they're a team today. I thought their position's been quite good in the 2 Miramar games that I saw. The first game on ERANGEL was quite good. And heading into this one, I would like to see them try and keep up that consistency level of play.
Yeah. They're going to be a little bit hurt by the circle shifting down south towards kind of the Ferry Pier coastal line, that hill above Ferry Pier, which I said was absolutely a strong area to hold down. And in phase 1 is going to be a little bit similar. eArena not opting for the hillside, but they are in that compound to the north of the hill, which to an extent makes sense because you get a little bit more information and comfort around the 4 walls of those buildings, and more info towards the open fields overall, and you're more likely able to punish teams around you. A little bit like DK are punishing PMA.
Yeah, punishing them indeed. And PMA, I thought they had quite a good start to the day, but the past 2 games not seem to have gone their way. And, well, DK, they've been quite ruthless here in this final game on ERANGEL. As soon as they see one player and they spot any sort of mistake from the squad, they try to engage it quickly. And, well, for the side of PMA, they're stuck towards this solo shack. It's only going to result in one thing, and that's multiple nades on top of them. But Dreamzo does find SaiTu and Mastodon trying to find some shots through the smoke. Simon T there, though, the last player from Bao Nam's going to pick up a bit of a kill still and put another kill on the board for himself. I don't think these revives will come through, or at least one did. And for the side of DK, what should have been pretty much a clean execute and push onto the side of PMA's kind of cost them a player or so, but they do find Simon T for their worries.
Yeah, I don't know why SaiTu pushed on his own like that. I understand why he wanted to, but there's still that level of not so much information for your side. It's a nice shots by Myth. Their rotation, by the way, from Pachinki Hill to the kind of eastern edge of that hill just to the south of eArena is absolutely spot on. Like, you know, chef's kiss worthy. A little bit standard, but still chef's kiss worthy rotation for Myth, and it's part of what has made them such a strong team overall. And the fact that they're doing these things as kind of like somewhat as a full squad is just giant to see. Well, Macedon, he may be the last player up, but he's going for a Hail Mary play on PMA.
Yeah, and now when you try to fight fire with fire, you often get burnt, and that's what happened as Jacob cleans up the kill onto him. And, well, for DK, they're going to be bowing out here in around 10th spot, I think, or 11th spot. But, oh my god, Calbs finds one, finds two, the third there as well. That's beautiful pop shot from Calbs. That's probably one of the cleanest 3Ks in PUBG I've ever seen. He finds the first, peeks back out, swings, finds the second, knows where the third is, and rips his head off. And, well, for the side of Colony, that's not a bad engagement as well. It's a 4-for-2 trade, but they would be a little bit disappointed that they didn't keep a few more players up and running as well. Jesus. But still, that's a huge wipe just off Calb's back.
Like, I'm wondering why ShuaiGeDui went there. I understand why Colony did, because they were being put under quite a bit of pressure from a bit of distance from Team BLISS, and they were dispersed. They were already down a player, so their safety as a rotation was definitely that Fairy Pier compound. But ShuaiGeDui were still up as a full squad. They rotated as a full squad onto that Fairy Pier hill, and I didn't notice them being put under major pressure by Team BLISS unless I missed something. But I don't know why they went down to those Fairy Pier buildings. I really don't think they needed to go there.
Yep, little mistakes caused costly as Calbs had other ideas. I wanted to pick up 3 of his own and say, hey, you know what? I've not picked up a few kills in a few moments. Let me grab 3 just here. And, well, speaking of a few kills, Papachulo's going to find 2 onto YQQ and Broken Hearts as they always up to him and Trick. Left alive for the side of Team Extraordinaire. And, well, after doing the damage to From the Future, no doubt Hikaru and Man are going to want to try and revenge and keep their fallen teammates' legacy going on into the rest of this game. But the smokes should be just enough cover for the team of Team Extraordinaire to get out of this one. And as we're going to be moving into that next phase soon here, we're going to start to see these rotations set up.
My only logic behind, you know, ShuaiGeDui going there is because they thought maybe somebody was already going to be in that kind of artillery bunker area where Bhadboyz Alliance are now. But there's nobody there at that point, so maybe they just thought somebody's already going to be there. It's too much of a risk to send it in that direction. Let's go down to Fairy Pier. So I'm trying to give ShuaiGeDui the benefit of the doubt, but I don't think it was still only phase 3, phase 4. They didn't need to go for that, you know, more of a Hail Mary commitment, whether it's outside of the circle or near the edge of the circle, as we thought. But either way, Team Extraordinaire go down. eArena have absolutely fantastic control of this circle. It's like they're kind of working, you know, unverbally with Myth of like, look, we'll avoid each other for now. You hold the hill, we'll hold the compound. We'll take the teams out around us, and then we can have our own little fight to the end. You know, it's that kind of like mutual, unwritten, unworded agreement between the two teams, because right now it doesn't make sense for eArena to really be looking in the direction of Myth and vice versa.
Yeah, I feel like it's some sort of telepathic agreement, an unwritten rule of any battle royale, that if you're like, okay, I know where you are, you know where we are, it doesn't make sense for us to, I'm going to use that word grief again, grief each other's games, let's just try and wait and play the end phase out ever so slightly. But sometimes teams just don't seem to be on the same wavelength in the agreement. But, well, for the side of Myth and eArena, hopefully they do just tend to keep things ticking over into the next few phases. As for the side of Colony, the duo, or should I say, of Calbs and Killer, going to try and see if they can deal with the duo of BBA as well. Andy has been spotted by that nade, going to get tagged up as well as his head just peeking over the top of the ridge. And for the side of Colony, you got to be saying, a little bit disappointed. I mentioned they're a team coming to this last game that you'd probably want to try and right their wrongs from the earlier games. Doesn't look like they're going to do that, but for Thanawatt's going to throw the nade towards Irenic. Surely if he pops this nade here, he finds the kill. Probably one of the easiest kills ever, as I say.
Oh, no, too far away.
That nade has flown straight down past the car. He's got a nade on his feet as well. And just these players just can't seem to throw grenades right now.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake from Thanawatt. But one thing I love about Irenic, instead of throwing a nade right beside him, he actually threw an offensive nade towards Thanawatt to reposition Thanawatt to the point where his nade might be a little bit slower, or he might get shot up by another player from behind. It's something so simple, but it was a very big brain play from Irenic.
It does work out in his favor as eArena's going to find the kill. It's going to be a headshot from Andy. Well, sorry, it's a headshot onto Andy from Calbs. Calbs is shooting fantastically well right now, as it's all up to Astro Boy. Left alive for Bhadboyz Alliance. That, well, things right now just seem to not be going well for Bhadboyz Alliance. They were a team that actually impressed me in the last game on ERANGEL, when it was sort of that military ending, the game that we saw we didn't see the winner of, but couldn't close it out. I think for Bhadboyz Alliance, I think they've just come up here in this event against just some slightly better teams, and well, that's going to be Killer, who finds the 10th kill as well for the squad of Colony, and that's just for a duo as well. These guys are fragging out.
Like, what I loved about Killer and Calbs in that moment was they went for that V formation. That does come with a lot of risks, right? You got to coordinate that attack in the perfect way, and it just shows that the duo are really looking good communication-wise by executing that in a massive way. And they have all of that kind of southwest side to themselves. NRX are on the south edge, and they're in a bit of a line, but they're way more focused on the side of Team Myth as we are coming into this next circle. eArena's compound is still in play. Team Bliss moved out of that compound on the west, and they have found a bit of a 3-1 spread. Let's hope the circle stays in their favor. No, it doesn't. It goes right into the arms of eArena.
Right into the arms of eArena indeed, and well, they're looking very, very comfy here to try and put what would be, I think, is it their third win on the board that you're looking at now? Their third chicken dinner, and well, that would catapult them to the top of the standings, as it would be, because they'd have a lot more, 11 more kills than the team is top spot right now from the future. And for the side, though, let's not forget Team Bliss. They're there lingering as well, are still with 4 players alive. They are slightly further towards the southwest and got a little bit more ground to make up as the squad of NRX. They're probably going to bow out here as it's all up to Nicel after Jacob does find a few kills. And, well, yeah, for the side of eArena, I don't think you could have asked for a better zone.
Yeah, of course, they've been there since I believe kind of phase 2. It's a bit of a 2-2 split initially, and they haven't had to move at all. Duckman does go down, so that's a bit of a loss for Myth, but they still have 3 players strong, and they're looking good. They will have to move into the circle from the south. Colony pushing back the members of Team Bliss. Brain is knocked down on his knees. Killer and Calbs, man, they are just like a thorn in the side, pun intended, by the way, on these teams around them. They're stinging them left, right, and center.
Yeah, definitely being that annoying role that we tend to talk about all the time, as it's usually the solo or the duo players that do it. They just try to cause as much trouble and be as much of a nuisance as possible. Well, for the side of Bliss, they are going to have 1 player knocked, but the revive should come through quite comfortably onto Rain. And, well, for Killer, he's kind of just dancing around as Monty finds the kill. But I like this here from Jacob. He's going to try and clean up the kills on to the side of Colony if he can as well. It should be
Wow.
a pretty standard kill for them. But this is an aggressive push here from Myth over towards where Team Bliss are.
I kind of understand why Myth have gone in this direction of the circle here in the shots and seeing a potential third party. And they know that eArena to an extent have their number from that compound. But still a bit weird for Myth. Maybe they recognize that we're probably not going to win the game. We'll just pick up as many kills as we can and see where it goes from there. We're left with our top 4 made in Thailand do end up getting eliminated. A couple of shots from Myth. Sapnix comes in, gets a knock onto Monty, confirms that kill. Boom! Down Monty goes.
Yep, so for the side of Team Bliss, I think it's all up to Rain as their solo player. eArena, though, looking fantastic. But here come DXG Imperium as the send onto the compound from DXG. And this is going to be the head-to-head engagement. And we're going to be ending this one here in the compound by the looks of it.
No way you've decided to push in on the compound like that, Division X. That is big ballsy play. But here's the thing, Chicken Dinner. IQ 500 wasn't there to begin with. He was in that backline, confirmed the squad wipe on the Team Bliss, and now he's gotten closer. He's in the center of the circle. The blanket effect on the eArena is going down strong for Division X. This is potentially going to be their second Chicken Dinner of the tournament and the first since the very first match of this finals.
Yeah, this is huge here, but one thing I'm liking, though, is it's going to be Man left alive from the future. Look at how far out he is, trying to lurk as the third person, and if a few knocks go away, there's a huge potential here for Man to try and clean up shop here and find some smart kills. He has to let eArena and DXG do the damage to each other, though. He can't try and engage when there's still 4 or 5 players alive in this lobby.
He could get IQ 500. I think IQ 500 is far enough away from his team that he could pick off that solo kill, but of course, the second those shots are made, eArena are even going to be a little bit aware, as Lyrics is going to get dropped. Deep Akan comes in strong.
Yeah, and just like that, KM9's going to fall as well, and well, it's all falling apart for the side of eArena as it's up to Sapnix to try and do a little bit of damage, but well, Man's there to drop IQ 500. These kills are going to be very much confirmed from Gakhan. Well, it's a 3 versus 1 here.
Yeah, Man, I like this. This is what we needed to see. Yeah, Man is doing exactly what he needed to do, John. He came in from behind, has gotten the knock onto IQ 500, gotten the kill. Now Sapnix is on his own. He's going to find a knock. This is beautiful, but he's left with 3 health. Confirm the kill. Prone down. Get a first aid. You're on your own. This is a 1v1v1.
This is huge. This is absolutely huge here. No matter who wins this, this is going to shake up the leaderboards and make the live standings very interesting going into tomorrow's game for sure. Sapnix versus Man versus the remaining player from DXG, but DXG got the revive through. That's huge for them, and if you're Sapnix...
Oh, no!
Oh, so Sapnix has beamed him off of the boxes. How has Sapnix turned and snapped onto that? That nade probably cleans him up, though, to be fair. It doesn't. The crates keep him alive, and well for DXG, but look at Man. Man's in a great spot. He's got the... This is how has Man stayed alive for this long? This is brilliant for him.
This could be the Chicken Dinner that sends from the future into the top of the standings. It could also be the Chicken Dinner that sends the eArena into the top 3, possibly first place overall. And Sapnix, he wants it. He wants control of it. I think he heard that Neil T got into a vehicle and sent it out of the warehouse into the circle. So technically, Sapnix is in an isolated 1v1 of the warehouse.
Yeah, we're seeing 2 sets of 1v1s here. It's going to be Neil T and Man versus Sapnix and Logfee on the other side. So 2 huge 1v1s that are about to take place here for the sides of eArena, DXG, and from the future. If you're DXG, you're saying you probably should have stayed in a 2 versus 1 there somewhere and isolate a lone player and try and play the trade on the gunfight. But, well, for Sapnix, if he somehow pulls this off, how he stayed alive for this long, and even Man as well, this is so intense here, Imperium, as the winner of this game will most likely go towards the top of the standings, I mean, I know DXG will probably won't, but they'll probably jump straight up into the likes of a 3rd or 4th spot as well.
And Sapling knows he can't really go in the direction of where a man is. He can't really cross the other side of the wall. That's part of why Neil T sent in the vehicle, to provide the off angle for his teammate.
I think this is going to come down to, oh, there we go, the nade. The nade from Man. The nade at his feet. Doesn't land though. Huge nade from Man. He has got one nade left. I think if Man can land one of these nades on to Neil T, got the mollies to work with as well. Yeah, I missed that, as he's got to try and isolate one of these players and win the 1v1 as soon as possible.
Another smoke being thrown out by Sapnix. He's trying to edge closer and closer to the vehicle. But here's the thing. Smokes are a big indication of where a player is. So if that nade, if that double molly from Man connects onto Sapnix, we could see eArena go out.
Yeah, it's still, though, playing behind those smokes. And half time off that smoke left for... I like Man. He's been so patient here, though, man. Man has been so patient. Surely, if you're Sapnix, you know Man is in this area, and you can't afford to play a 2 versus 1. You have to just try and keep. It's that thing we talk about, that telepathic understanding of Sapnix and Man saying, "Look, let's try and get this down to a 1v1. Then we can worry about each other later on." But I think if you're one of these 2 players, you're gonna probably end up fighting each other sooner rather than later. And well, this is going to come down to a little bit of time in here as to who finds the first angles between these 3 teams.
Slowly but surely, the shots are being heard. Man is waiting, calm, patient, looking for Sapnix.
Sapnix finds him though. And well, here you go. It's the 2 versus 1.
What?
It's the 1 versus 1. That's what is Neil doing. Sapnix, he knows where he is. He's got the zone holding him though. 7 HP at lock feet. Finds the kill. And for a second, my heart was in my mouth for DXG. But they clutch up. Look at the hype in the background. Just pure passion and emotion from this side as they find their second chicken dinner of the event. And finally, after being our game number 1 and match number 1 winners, we see a little bit of fight back from the squad of Division X.
Oh my god, the last match of yesterday was a clean 4v4. The last match of today, 2v1v1 up until the very final circle. And there was a lot of risk on how Division X played those final moments, right? And I was like, why are you in a vehicle like that? But because Man had been taken out by Sapnix, Division X knew that it was 2v1, right?
Yeah.
So they could afford to play that sacrificial lamb situation where you send the vehicle in, even if that person in the vehicle dies or gets knocked, that vehicle is much deeper to the very center of the circle. Therefore, that second player can push in, grab cover, and with the blue zone closing in, it was so hard for Sapnix to do anything with that. You saw him go from like, I think 80 health to 7 in a matter of like a split second because of that phase 9 blue zone. A lot of risks from Division X, but a deserved chicken dinner, because here's the thing. What I absolutely loved with Division X is that they took the risks. They crashed in onto eArena's compound and they were like, look, we ride and die on this and we'll grab the win if we do. If we don't, at least you know we tried our best.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta say huge props to Division X. You mentioned they played that sort of sacrificial lamb to perfection, as it allowed Neil T to obviously be knocked and the trade come through. But yeah, this here was the push from DK. It was the solo push from SATU. Does fall, unfortunately. But I think the story of this game was eArena had some great positioning for a long time, but it come down to the aggression from DXG, right, of Division X game, and for some reason they decided to full send it towards and crash towards the compound. This here, though, is a beautiful 3K from Cloubs.
Oh, Cloubs. Disgusting. Like, actually disgusting. So quick, so straight to point. Just like, peek shoot, peek shoot, peek shoot. Just that precision play that we love to see from these competitive players was on point. And then we saw that kind of coordinated push from Killa and then Calves later on to take down Bhadboyz Alliance. You know, Colony to an extent did deserve that win. But it was what it was when it came to the circle shits and they got third party by Made in Thailand. I'm still trying to think kind of why they went in that direction, because also if you think about it, that was in the quicker part of the circle. So even though technically they were going closer to eArena, being on the slower side of the circle meant that they could afford to wait a little bit longer to push into the edge of the circle. I'm not saying it would have worked, but I think it was the worst call that Made in Thailand made. I thought it was the worst of the two decisions.
Yeah, but the final decision to split in that 2 versus 1, of course, did end up paying dividend. As you can see here, Satnix tries to do the best he can, finds one, but I mean, it was always going to come down to Imperium, whether or not Satnix and Man decided to engage and take a fight between each other, or try and play it out in a 2 versus 2. Satnix finds the kill. I mean, although he gets the kill out on to Neil, as soon as that blue starts to move in, I think, unless you're going to hit a ridiculous shot, he tries to, doesn't find the peak onto Logfee. But there you go, we have a change in the leaderboard for the first time today, Imperium, and it's from the future who take top spot.
Yeah, from the future, deserved, due to Man doing everything he could to get himself a couple of extra kills. The IQ 500 kill from the back end helped kind of his team get into that first place overall, but sharing the chicken dinner 3-piece with Bliss is important, so there's only 1 point dividing those two teams. eArena with chicken dinner today puts them in third on 78 kills, so 1 chicken dinner tomorrow compared to the top 2 would put eArena up into the top spot. ShuaiGeDui still kind of laying a little bit lower in fourth. Of course, you got to point out the fact that the winners of that previous game, Division X Gaming, they came into this 9th place, by the way, and they've jumped up off the back of that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think you made a great point as well about eArena and SGD as well. Going into tomorrow, it's going to be absolutely crazy to see. We've only got 8 more games here at the AOC Masters. We're in for an absolute treat, so make sure you guys are back here at the same time tomorrow, because me and Imperium will be back here tomorrow for some more AOC Masters 2021.
Bye.